Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For North Island, Paul River.
Today to talk about this trade agreement that's before the House. I have opportunities in the last few weeks to stand in the House, but this is my first speech. So I'd just like to start by thanking all of the people in my communities and riding that helped me be here in this House for a second term. You know, when you have an election, it's amazing how many people come forward to volunteer, and they do so much significant work in the community. So I want to thank all the people, my family who supported me in being here today, especially my sister Mary, who flew away from her small children to come spend the last few days of the election with me. It meant a lot to have her there. So I just want to thank them, but I also just want to acknowledge all the volunteers for every party, because at the end of the day, you know, democracy is fundamental to our country, and seeing all the people volunteer, spend time working really hard for their candidate, I think that's really important. It has to be acknowledged across the board. Thank you. So I'm here to say that I have some concerns about this agreement. I really feel that I'm torn on this particular issue. I recognize the importance of trade to our country and to the economic success. We live in a global economy in this planet, but there's a lot of concerns I have about how that works. And I think, you know, when we look at Canada, we recognize that U.S. is our most significant trading partner. They're our friend, they're our neighbor. We can have some political challenges with them at certain times, but there's a lot of back and forth between our two countries, and trying to find ways to work with them is really important. But at the end of the day, when you look at trade, I believe it really needs to focus on fairness. We need to have trade that assures that all Canadians are respected through the process. You know, I live in a rural and remote community. North Island, Powell River, it's just under 60,000 square kilometers, several ferries. It's both on Vancouver Island and on the mainland. And one of the things that really worries me in our trade process, and I'm going to talk in the next little while about the transparency of that process, is we often forget some of our rural and remote communities and the challenges that they face when we don't think about trade through that lens. In my riding, I have several dairy farms, and when you look at supply management and what's been happening with the past several trade agreements, supply management is really struggling. It's basically, in my perspective, it's really under attack. I understand that there are challenges when you trade, but supply management is so important. It's important not only because it assures all Canadians of a good product that we can trust in, and I encourage people to check out a Canadian dairy farm. It's kind of an amazing thing. It's a lot more healthy and wonderful than you think. And we can trust on that product. And the reality is in other places we can't. But again, going back to my original speaking points about protecting rural and remote communities, this is key. Supply management allows us to have robust farms that are small, that are local, that provide local jobs, not only in the farm itself, but all the services that they require. And that is important. You know, in my riding, I have Viewfield Farm, Daldas Farm, and Lloyd's Haven Farm. Those farms are a big part of our community. Not only do they employ people at their farm and create an amazing product, they also really access the services around them to care for their farms, to care for their milk products, and to care for the cows. That all goes into that robust. So whenever we look at negotiating around supply management, and under CUSMA, CPTPP, and CETA, we have seen about 10% of the market share be taken away from those sectors. So that means that it makes it harder for those farms. And what we don't want to see, I hope, in this country is a more focus on centralization, which takes away from those small rural and remote communities and starts to build in larger centers. So I really think this is important. And you know, the other thing that really worries me is that this trade agreement contains a provision that would grant the U.S. oversight into administration of the Canadian dairy system. It really undermines Canada's sovereignty and our ability to manage our product. And when we look at the product that the U.S. is producing, we have to be really concerned about that. We know that American dairy uses bovine growth hormone. That increases milk production up to 25%. There's no studies on what that does to people when they consume these products. We know that it is really bad for the cows. They suffer from more stress, higher incidence of udder infections, swollen legs, premature death. It should be really concerning when that product is coming across our borders. And Canadians need to know what the Canadian product is, because if you go to, like I said earlier, a Canadian farm, you're going to feel good about eating dairy products because of how well they take care of their cows. You know, another important factor for me, especially in this day and age, is really around environmental protections and addressing issues like climate change. When we have trade discussions, Canada has a really important opportunity to reflect on how it's doing in terms of its climate change actions, which I still think we need to be doing a lot better, but it also is an opportunity to negotiate with other countries to increase their accountability on these. I really want to see more trade agreements where the provisions around the environment, around climate change are binding and fully enforceable, and we don't see that in this agreement. The provisions should also really focus on being in line with Canada's international obligations. And I think when we look at the Paris Agreement, we don't see that reflected in this document. So when I look at this trade agreement, it really isn't helping us step forward and moving towards those important environmental climate change targets. You know, another frustration that I have to confess that I have is I remember being in this place last year in the spring talking about ratifying this agreement. And what the NDP said again and again is, why are we rushing? We need to push and make sure that the Democrats in Congress in the US have an opportunity to do their work on this deal, because they're going to make it a better deal. And the reality is that is what ended up happening. So I'm a little frustrated because it feels like in this particular incident, we kept getting, here's the best deal we can get. And then it would go back and come back again, oh, it's a better deal now. You know, I think it's really important that this government understand it has an obligation to have the best deal it can, to take every action it can to make sure that the workers in our country are cared for, that we are respectful of workers in other countries, that we look at how it's going to impact our business and our economies, what it looks like in urban settings, what it looks like in rural and remote settings. So here we are back and forth. I'm glad the work was done, but it's frustrating to keep having this conversation. You know, I think one thing that I will say is I'm really pleased that Chapter 11, the investor-state dispute settlement of NAFTA, is finally gone. I will recognize that. You know, when you look at the history of this country, Canada was sued repeatedly, and this mechanism really kept us in a vulnerable position. So I'm glad that it's gone, but I'm also concerned about some of the language that I see in the agreement that leads me to believe that some of those things are actually entwined in that language. And I think we're going to have to watch that carefully, and we should be really concerned about. At the end of the day, though, one of my biggest frustrations on all trade agreements is the lack of transparency of the negotiation process. It really needs to be addressed, and I hope that it is fixed soon. You know, Canadians across this country need to understand what we're negotiating and why. Like I said earlier, I represent 3 dairy farms in my riding, and one of the things they wanted to know was how much of this supply management quota are we giving away? And they were really frustrated by the lack of communication, the lack of clarity around this very important issue. And when we look at trade, you know, we have a huge country with a lot of diverse economies. We also have a lot of rural and remote communities like mine that are struggling as we adjust to this changing world and to this changing economy. We need to make sure that trade recognizes that and looks at how we can work collaboratively to make sure that those folks are not left behind in these discussions. So I'm calling on this government to understand that we need to have a more transparent process. I understand that when you're negotiating something, you don't want to lay all your cards out on the table publicly, but there still wasn't enough information that really allowed different sectors in our communities across Canada to come forward and express their concerns and make sure that those voices were heard. And, you know, I look at how even in the States, Trump was very clear about his goals. So we need to hear those goals from this government. So I look forward to having further discussions, and I am excited to see this in committee where we can study these issues more fully. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable member that the dairy industry she's talking about, why is that the poor families in Canada have to pay higher price for the dairy, for the children, the milk for the children? And number two, what in our opinion is that when we close our markets, how can we ask other countries to open their market for our agri exports?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I must say I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that the member on that side of the House does not seem to understand fulsomely what supply management is and doesn't seem to support it, which is not exactly what I thought from that side of the House. I just want to be really clear. In Canada, we have, through our supply management system, a really strong dairy sector that is reliable and strong. We know what we're getting in that product. The cost of our dairy is very reasonable, and it's a great relationship between making sure that we have fair prices, but also provide stability and support for those businesses who are often held by families for generation after generation, the stability. And again, I'm going to come back to the good, healthy product that we have. We know what's in our dairy and what's in our dairy products, and that's something that's really important. So I'm a little concerned that that side of the House that says they support supply management seems to have a different opinion.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Député de
The honourable for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. As we come from two ridings with major dairy farms, I'd like to see what she has to say about the concessions we've made for dairy. More than 3% of the market was opened up. We're looking at 150 million lost every year, and the government announced that farmers would be fully compensated, but we still don't know what shape this compensation will take.
the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this very important question. And first of all, I want to start off by apologizing that I can't respond in her first language, French. I'm working on it, but it's taken me a long time. But this is an important part of the reality for our dairy farmers across this country. And I want to be really clear. I'm not sure about the dairy farmers in that member's riding, but the dairy farmers in my riding have said, you know, we'll take the compensation if we have to. But at the end of the day, what we really want is just to do our job and to give a good product and not have our quota moved all the time. So that does raise a lot of concerns because how is that compensation going to come back to those businesses? How is that going to roll out? Is it going to be continuous? And how are we going to make sure that those dairy farmers have the opportunity to be strong and well-funded in their own right? This is a concern because, like I said earlier, small, rural, and remote communities, we need these dairy farms. It assures us of a good product. It does all the things that I think that Canadians really believe in, and we need to make sure that we protect them. And compensation helps, but it isn't the last solution. So hopefully we'll see something from this government soon because they deserve it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Had a speech, but in reality what puzzled me that I did not hear any this agreement, while most of the premier of all other provinces welcoming. I would like to ask her, est-ce qu'elle peut nier?
Can she deny, for example, the fact that the signature of this agreement gives some certainty to our Canadian economy? Can she also deny that the signing of this agreement ensures that we'll be able to protect our environment, the quality of our air and pollution? Can she deny that the signing of this agreement will help to recognize gender equality and sexual identification of all those here in Canada? Can she deny that Canadian dairy products and poultry, their farmers won't be required to pay fees at the border?
Powell River, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to perhaps remind the member that I'm actually in a seat in the opposition side, and that my job and my duty to all Canadians is to look at agreements and offer suggestions on how I feel we could do better based on the conversations I'm having in my riding. So that is the work that I do. I'm really proud to do that. And I would just encourage that member to look a little more closely, because the environmental commitments are nowhere near what he is suggesting.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I get started in my first speech in this House, I'd like to thank my wife Barbara, my kids, Shauna, Carolyn, Christina, their partners, their kids, the whole team that helped to get me here, including my campaign manager, Brent MacArthur, and the voters of Guelph. It's such an honor to rise in this place today in support of Bill C-4 regarding the implementation legislation for the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement. This agreement encompasses Canada's most ambitious environment chapter to date, and it's also complemented by the Environmental Cooperation Agreement. It's a priority for the Government of Canada to ensure, by including environmental provisions within our free trade agreements, we support Canadian businesses by ensuring that trading partners do not gain an unfair trading advantage by not enforcing their environmental laws. The North American Free Trade Agreement, which came into effect in 1994, was the first free trade agreement to link the environment and trade through a historic parallel agreement on environmental cooperation, which was the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation. The parties committed at that time to maintain robust environmental provisions established on a tri-national institution for environmental cooperation, which is the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. The Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement integrates comprehensive and ambitious environmental provisions directly into and including the environment chapter within the agreement, which is subject to the chapter on dispute settlement. The agreement also retains the core obligations on environmental governance found in the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation. This includes commitments to pursue high levels of environmental protection, to effectively enforce environmental laws, and to promote transparency, accountability, and public participation. This reflects the importance that we place on ensuring that trade liberalization, environmental protection, and conservation are mutually supportive. The agreement also includes commitments that go beyond the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation. This includes prohibiting a party from moving away from environmental law to attract trade or investment, and ensuring that environmental impact assessment processes are in place for projects having potential adverse effects on the environment. The new NAFTA creates a substantive commitment. Many of these are in line with the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnerships on a wide range of global environmental issues, which shows the interconnection of our trade agreements within major markets within the globe. These protections include illegal wildlife trade and illegal logging, fisheries management, protection of marine environment and the ozone layer, sustainable forestry, and conservation of species at risk and biological diversity, which also include the consultations with Indigenous people. New commitments aiming to strengthen the relationship between trade and the environment include the promotion of trade in environmental goods and services, corporate social responsibility, and the voluntary mechanisms to enhance environmental performance. For the first time in a free trade agreement, the new NAFTA includes new articles on air quality and marine litter, as well as a binding commitment which prohibits the practice of shark finning. This is a first for Canada. It also recognizes the important role of Indigenous peoples in the long-term conservation of the environment, sustainable fisheries and forestry management, and biodiversity conservation to make sure that their voices are also at the table as we move forward. The agreement provides for an environmental consultation mechanism. Should parties fail to resolve an environmental matter arising under the agreement in a cooperative manner through various levels of consultation right up to the ministerial level. The complaining party may seek recourse through broader formal Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement dispute settlement procedures. To help ensure compliance with the environmental obligations, trade sanctions may be imposed by an independent review panel. While the core obligations of environmental governance apply only to federal legislation, commitments in other areas of the agreement, such as conservation and fisheries, apply to federal government as well as Canada's provinces and territories. Provinces and territories were in fact consulted thoroughly throughout the entire negotiation process. The agreement maintains and incorporates the submissions on enforcement matters process established under the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, which is a key mechanism to promote transparency and public participation on the enforcement of environmental laws in North America. Under this process, citizens of the 3 countries may file a submission alleging that one of the 3 parties is not enforcing its environmental laws. The Commission for Environmental Cooperation Secretariat evaluates the submissions and requests from the implicated party to provide information and clarification regarding the enforcement of the environmental law at issue within their jurisdiction. In December 2019, Canada, the United States, and Mexico also agreed to update certain elements of CUSMA, including to strengthen environmental obligations under the agreement. This includes a commitment from parties to implement their respective obligations under specific multilateral environmental agreements, MEAs, that are ratified domestically, as well as the new provision to clarify the relationship between CUSMA and MEAs. New language has also been added confirming that failure to comply with your obligations in the environmental chapter that affect trade or investment are now presumed to be in a matter affecting trade or investment between the parties, unless the defending party can demonstrate otherwise. So the environmental provisions are written right into the law of the agreement. In addition, Canada, the United States, and Mexico has negotiated a parallel environmental cooperation agreement that ensures that trilateral environmental cooperation continues, supported by ministerial-level dialogue and public engagement as we move forward to improve our targets under the COP agreement and other international agreements. The Environmental Cooperation Agreement ensures that unique institutions for trilateral environmental cooperation are created under the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation and maintained and modernized going forward. This includes the continued cooperation or the continued operation of the Commission on Environmental Cooperation, including the Secretariat based in Montreal, a ministerial council which will continue to meet on an annual basis, and a joint public advisory committee. The Environmental Cooperation Agreement allows the 3 countries to establish a work program in which they can develop cooperative activities on a broad range of issues related to strengthening the environmental governance, reducing pollution and supporting strong low emissions and resilient economies, and conserving and protecting biodiversity and habitats. Also supporting green growth and sustainable development and promoting the sustainable management and use of natural resources. In addition, through the Joint Public Advisory Committee, representatives from each country will continue to ensure active public participation and transparency in the actions of the Commission. Membership of this committee will be from a diverse pool of candidates, including with respect to gender balance, and will include representatives from all segments of society, including non-governmental organizations, academia, the private sector, Indigenous peoples, private citizens, and youth. The Environmental Cooperation Agreement complements the ambitious environmental chapter of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement. The Environmental Cooperation Agreement will contribute to the maintenance of robust environmental governance and the modernization of existing institutions for the trilateral environmental cooperation. So, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to bringing Canadian goods and services to international markets while at the same time maintaining our high standards of environmental protection and conservation. We know it's possible, and we have a responsibility to do both. Under this agreement, the new parallel cooperation agreement as well, we'll be moving forward together to ensure that we're protecting our shared environment now and for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
The Prime Minister was very excited about Canada's opportunity to work toward gender equality protections in the NAFTA negotiations because gender equality is an economic issue, he mentioned. So I'm wondering if the member opposite could tell us what sort of big wins that we got in regards to gender issues in the new NAFTA.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the new member across the way, and welcome to this place. Gender equality and women's economic empowerment are key priorities of our government, and really the gender lens is used through all agreements that we negotiate. There are new labor provisions within this agreement which require all parties to implement policies that protect against employment discrimination based on gender. Gender is also addressed in other chapters, including provisions related to corporate social responsibility and small and medium-sized enterprises. Madam Speaker, we don't want to leave anyone behind in this agreement.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Oh, sorry, the honourable member, is it Port Moody? Simcoe Gray. Okay, no, that's good. Simcoe Gray, thanks. It's hard to say if you're on this side or that side, so I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, first of all, want to thank the member opposite for his speech this morning. In Simcoe Gray, one of my largest employers, not only in my riding, but probably in Ontario, is this company called DCAS Corporation. And I was just wondering if the member could talk to the fact that they seem to have problems in the Buy American stance. So what's happening is they can't put any contracts in the United States at this time, and the problem is the United States are they're allowed to tender contracts here. So it's really not fair. They're dropping the prices. So I just want to know if the member opposite can tell me what he is doing for these industries and why they didn't have the Buy American and address those issues from which I know is an extremely important issue in my riding and certainly across Canada.
Good question.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way. And DCAS is an example of a business that's going to benefit from this new provision of having 70% of steel and aluminum included in the parts supply chain, and also that within the steel agreement that these products have to be cast in our trade region and not overseas. So I think when we move forward, companies like DCAS that's already benefited from our removal of the 232 provisions is going to benefit as we go forward to make sure that we use North American products in our North American manufacturing.
Honourable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks. He talked about the environment. He answered the last question by talking about aluminum and about 70% of aluminum steel. But he knows full well that that is false because parts will come from Mexico, but they don't have any aluminum smelters. So the aluminum will be coming in from China, and that aluminum is less green than it is here in Quebec. Does he not agree?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think there's some confusion on this. I've heard this argument from the members' party across the way over the last few days that there is a regional value content limit of 75% regional content, which means that all content has to come from within the North American region to the level of 75% in order to qualify under NAFTA provisions. So aluminum is covered throughout the supply chain, including parts, and the inclusion of North American supply is included under this regional content section, and I encourage the member to look into that section. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a very brief question, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. New Flyer Industries, in my riding, is a lead producer in electric buses, but they also produce a lot of diesel buses for the United States market. We're losing jobs out of Canada that are going to the U.S. because of the Buy America policy. So I want to follow up with the member on why it is that Canada didn't make any progress on getting exemptions from the Buy America policy.
A brief answer from the member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very excited to say that Guelph is going to be receiving 65 electric buses under a new agreement that we have with the federal, provincial, and municipal governments. And I'm hoping to see the procurement process go through the evaluation between New Flyer and Nova Bus in Quebec. I'm from Winnipeg originally, so I hope the process includes getting some of the 5,000 electric buses that we're targeting for Canada to come from New Flyer in Winnipeg. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to talk about this important agreement with our most important trading partners. 51 days, Madam Speaker. 51 days since the official opposition, since the Conservatives, who are very concerned and seized with the economic future of our country, since we requested the economic impact analysis for this agreement from these Liberals. 51 days. And while we wait, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister, she has asked us to accelerate the ratification, our approval of this agreement through this place. Well, while we've been waiting for that 51 days, we continue to wait, and perhaps while I'm speaking today, they will deliver to us that economic impact analysis. We can talk about some of the ways this deal has fallen short and why we think it's important for it to be studied before its passage. Now, as Conservatives, we understand the weight that this deal has, the importance that it has for all Canadians and for our trading partners, and ultimately, Conservatives will, as the party of free trade, will support important free trade agreements like the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. But that doesn't mean that it gets a rubber stamp, because we know that in all of our ridings, and truly in all 338 constituencies represented by members from all parties in this House, this deal falls short. And that's not for a lack of trying on the part of the official opposition to give good advice to the government and give them opportunities to get this deal right. Now, in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, I've heard concerns from a variety of sectors, and a few of them I will highlight today. Dairy, we've heard over the course of this debate, people talk about the negative impacts on dairy farmers, and we know that these concessions or the capitulation on these items is unnecessary, but it's also harmful and hurtful to these farmers. The uncertainty created by this deal is also hurting them. We know that these farmers who are on the cutting edge of sustainability, we know that they do that not because they have to, and not because the government regulates them to do so, but because they know, as stewards of our land and responsible providers to world-class food products like milk and cheese, we know that they want to do what's best for Canadians, and they expect the government to do what is best for them. So the concessions in market access that were given, the elimination of milk classes 6 and 7, and in the absence of proper consultation with their sector by the government in negotiating this deal, there's a lot of concern. And so, like we are concerned and skeptical as we wait for details of the full impact of CUSMA, we know that farmers wait to find out what the full impact will be as well. We've also talked about aluminum, and I want to talk about the impact that has in my community. And the folks at Northern Cables have been very concerned about some of the policies that have been in place and how they haven't been protected. They haven't been protected from dumping of aluminum sourced in China in North America and its impact on their business. Now, Northern Cables is a local employer. It's a Canadian company owned by Canadians and producing a high-quality product. But they know that their future is uncertain due to a lack of protection in this deal. Great for industry associations to say that it's good for them, but I can tell you that for Northern Cables, located in multiple communities across my riding, they're concerned. And they're concerned because they know that producers based in China are skirting the rules, soldering connectors onto long lengths of aluminum to get around the existing rules. They know that the provisions in this deal that allow for North American-based aluminum really just means aluminum that's been melted down and then shipped again. We know that the transshipping of aluminum, if it lands in Mexico and sent across the continent and landing in Canada, is going to hurt the industry. It's going to hurt producers, but it's also going to hurt manufacturers, and it's going to have a negative effect on jobs. Jobs for folks in places like Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, at businesses locally owned and operated like Northern Cables. And so that gives us concern. And so we wonder about what the impacts are going to be, and we worry about what the compensation is going to be because the government has been silent on that, Madam Speaker. We don't know what is going to be done to compensate supply managed sectors. We don't know how they're going to protect the aluminum sector. And so the benefit, we've heard colleagues in the NDP talk about they don't seem to be sure whether they want the deal to pass or not. As far as our record of being the party of free trade, I'm not sure that the NDP has supported any but one free trade agreement in the history of our country, and so that causes us concern. And we know that when it comes to holding the government to account, that this falls squarely on our shoulders, and we need to make sure that Canadians are heard, and that all of the folks, not just well-placed lobbyists, speaking to people in the Prime Minister's office, are heard, and that's what we hope to have done in committee. And so, Madam Speaker, when we look at important provisions in this deal, like how it affects our sovereignty, we know that this deal allows the United States to have oversight of Canadian trade negotiations with other countries. That, Madam Speaker, should give all Canadians concern, and seems very much like an unforced error. It seems very much like the result of an unprepared team in achieving the deal that they have. We know that other important Canadian sectors have been left unprotected. We know that our forestry sector is still looking for resolution to softwood lumber concerns. And so, with that dispute not addressed in this deal, is this truly free trade? And here in Ontario, in particular, we know that the auto sector is important to our Canadian economy. We know it's an important employer here in Ontario. And the qualifications for cars to be seen as North American, it's just only the front 3/4 of the car, actually, or, from the ground up, 3/4 of that car. It's not really a North American car. And when the requirement is only 40 to 45% of auto content made by workers earning $16 an hour, we know that this gives opportunity for countries with labor provisions that don't protect their workers. That is going to undercut our auto sector here in Canada. The sunset clause in this deal requires a formal review of the Canada-US-Mexico agreement every 6 years. And the agreement will terminate in 16 if parties have not agreed to it. And I call it the Canada-US-Mexico agreement because that's its official name. But we know, having heard from the American president his praise for what the Canadian government was prepared to give up, and he said we gave up a lot, that this deal really is NAFTA 0.5, Madam Speaker. Conservatives want a good deal for Canadians. Conservatives will support free trade. but Conservatives know that Canadians depend on us to find out where this deal falls short. And that's what we're going to do in committee, and we will get those answers so we can help support those sectors when Conservatives form government as soon as Canadians call on us to do so. So, Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to have had the opportunity to speak to this important deal today, and along with all members in this House, I look forward to giving it a thorough examination before its passage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley, questions and comments. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his research and talking about various issues that concern his constituents. My question is, this deal has taken a lot of effort because we know it was a difficult deal to get through to the U.S., and there has been so much positive that the business has said, Premier Legault has said, the premiers of Alberta and Saskatchewan have said, and so I'm wondering, what is it? Just because it was negotiated by the Liberals in connection with a whole team, and the other prime ministers were involved as well, what is so wrong with this deal?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, but you know, we've arrived at this deal, and there are so many questions, but not as to why Conservatives might have concern. I think I've laid those out, and I think that when we know that there's a lot we don't know, and we know that we've asked the government for 51 successive days for an economic impact analysis for this agreement. It's hard to get behind a deal when you don't know what's in it. It's often said the devil is in the details, and certainly we've seen what some of the concerns, I've listed some of those concerns, and so I'm asking that member to encourage her government to encourage the Deputy Prime Minister to provide the full assessment and analysis to the official opposition so that we can do the work that we were sent here to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I want to ask him what he thinks of our process here in Canada compared to the United States. When they're developing a new trade agreement, they go before Congress and ask Congress what our priorities should be. What should we be negotiating around? Same thing happens in the European Union. Yet here in Canada, it's all done in secret. We don't know what the Canadian government their priorities are until we see the agreement, until the agreement is signed. It just seems to be a terrible way for Canadians to get involved in something as important as a free trade agreement between the United States and Mexico when we know nothing about it until it's already done.
Hear, hear. Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. And truly, it is a flawed process when not only throughout the negotiations is the opposition not given an opportunity, and truly Canadians are they not given an opportunity to give input and to help the government set its priorities. The deal has been signed, and we still don't know what's in it. And so we're asked to accelerate its passage through this place, and we still don't even have the picture. So not only, to the member's point, not only did we not have input, and certainly not for a lack of trying, throughout the negotiation, we have the deal has been signed and ratified by our trading partners, the other signatories, and this government has signed it, and now they're asking this House to ratify the deal, and we don't know what the full impact is going to be from it. And so truly a flawed process, and one that should be discussed as we undertake the study of the deal. Thank you.
For a brief question, the Honourable Official Opposition Whip. Deputy.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank you to my honourable colleague for speaking about this. The issue of transshipping is one of grave concern to the aluminum sector in particular, where aluminum can come in by way of ingots, melted down, and then deemed in Mexico as North American content. So I'm wondering if you can expand on that concern.
Brief answer from the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And I think his point is very well put, and it's very concerning when aluminum sourced from China can be delivered to Mexico, melted down, and then reformed, and then shipped across this country. It hurts the Canadian aluminum industry, and it hurts producers that use it. So I've heard that concern from the good people at Northern Cables in my riding. We've heard it from our colleagues who have aluminum producers in their ridings, and we're going to look for more information as we study this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United States of Mexico, CUSMA. For over a year, Canada negotiated hard for a modernized free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico. We know how important it was to get a deal that was good for Canada, good for Canadian workers, good for Canadian businesses, and good for communities across the country. CUSMA, or the new NAFTA, is a significant milestone for our relationship with the United States and Mexico. United States, as we all know, is our biggest trading partner. $2 billion worth of goods and services are exchanged every day, totaling about $720 billion per year. I would like to thank the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and the team of negotiators who worked so hard to ensure that not only Canadian jobs are protected, but also create more opportunities for Canadian workers and their families. CUSMA, as the new NAFTA is known, has paid off. We have secured a great deal that protects all Canadian communities as well as benefits Canadians from coast to coast to coast. What does this ratification mean to all Canadians and to my constituents of Don Valley East? CUSMA will reinforce the strong economic ties between the three countries and support well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians. CUSMA will maintain the tariff-free market access from NAFTA, which includes the updated new chapters to address modern-day trade challenges and opportunities. In this speech, I'll focus on some of the key outcomes of CUSMA as they impact Canadians as well as my constituents. Firstly, the environment. The environment has been and continues to be one of the largest or the biggest concerns to Canadians. In the last election, 95% of Canadians stated that the environment was their top priority. I'm pleased to say that the agreement has a new enforceable environment chapter that replaces the separate side agreement. What are some of the highlights of the environment chapter? It upholds air quality standards and fights marine pollution. It has an enforcement mechanism through the core obligations in the agreement. It establishes binding and enforceable dispute resolution process to address any questions regarding compliance. And that is a robust environment governance and a win for Canada. How? Because Canadian businesses can remain competitive by ensuring that our trading partners do not gain an unfair trading advantage by not enforcing their environmental laws. When all parties play fair on the environment, we can continue to be competitive, to grow and expand our economies and get good-paying jobs. Secondly, cultural exemption. Our cultural industry is a robust $53.8 billion industry, and our government will, through CUSMA, has protected this industry. The industry represents 650,000 high-paying jobs, and in my riding, I have many cultural organizations who are very pleased with the exemption the government has negotiated. This is one way of augmenting the middle class. The new NAFTA CUSMA preserves cultural exemptions and provides Canada the flexibility to adopt and maintain programs and policies that support the creation, distribution, and development of Canadian artistic expressions or content, including the digital environment. That is why the negotiators of Team Canada stood firm to protect the cultural exemption and our economic interests during the renegotiation of the new NAFTA. As I mentioned, this is good for the cultural business in my riding of Don Valley East. For example, organizations like SOCAN can count on the stability and assurance that the new trade agreement brings. It means that they can defend our cultural sovereignty and see the financial benefits go to our talented Canadian artists and the economy. Many of the creative industry organizations are small and medium-sized enterprises, and they depend on exporting large amounts of their production to the North American market. It is imperative for this House to implement CUSMA sooner than later so that our creative industries can gain from the financial benefits and protections offered through CUSMA. A robust cultural sector enables the growth of innovation businesses that embrace the digital market and increase in cultural exports, which makes Canada stand out globally. To back this up, I'm quoting from an open letter from creative industry organizations published in the Hill Times on January 27, 2020. We thank the government for signing the Canada-US-Mexico trade agreement last year. Under it, copyright in Canada will be strengthened by extending the terms of protection by 20 years to the life of the author plus 70 years. Thirdly, the auto industry. Canada's auto sector is one of the biggest winners from CUSMA. On November 30, 2019, Canada signed a side letter which has already been entered into force to protect our auto industry and the high-paying jobs against possible 232 tariffs on cars and car parts. The new rules of origin level the playing field for Canada's high-wage workers. I am pleased to say that Canada is the only G7 country with that protection. This is a good deal for Canada and for Canadian workers. Fourthly, the SMEs. Small and medium-sized enterprises will be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the new NAFTA agreement. SMEs are the backbone of the Canadian economy and employ more than 10 million Canadians, or 90% of the private sector labor force. CUSMA includes a new chapter on SMEs designed to foster cooperation among the parties to increase trade and investment opportunities for them and ensuring information is available to the SMEs on the obligations and functioning of the agreement. This is good news for many SMEs in my riding of Don Valley East. Businesses like Conavi, Clear Blue Technologies, 7D Surgical, and Volante Systems will benefit from this trade agreement through continued access to the U.S. and Mexican markets. The streamlined customs and origin procedures and greater transparency in government regulations make it easier for our small and medium-sized enterprises to do business in North America, to grow and expand. To quote the Business Council of Canada, we applaud the government's success in negotiating a comprehensive and high-standard agreement on North American trade. It maintains our country's preferential access to the U.S. and Mexico, Canada's largest and third largest trading partners respectively, while modernizing long outdated elements of the North American Free Trade Agreement. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, CUSMA is a good deal for Canada. Millions of Canadians depend on stable, reliable trade with our largest trading partners. We are moving forward with the new NAFTA right away to secure millions of jobs, create more opportunities for Canadian businesses, and to keep our economy strong. I hope to see support from all my colleagues in this House to ratify this important deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to put the same question that I put to the previous speaker, to the member who just spoke. I'd like to thank her for that speech, and that is around we are finally debating this new NAFTA deal here in the House, and yet we should have been debating our priorities and our, what we were going to be negotiating for before we started negotiating the deal. That's what happens in the United States. It's what happens in the European Union. It seems to be a very backward thing to present Canadians and Parliament with a signed deal and then say, now what do you think? And when we stand up and say there are problems with it, that things could be better, they say it's too late. So I'm just wondering what the member thinks about a new process that would let parliamentarians and Canadians join in a debate in future deals on how we should be going about negotiating it and setting our priorities.
Our member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question, but I'm wondering where he was, because this has been a deal in place, been negotiated since 2018. And we have worked so hard, and we've gone back and forth with all the issues that we've had with our neighbors. And so I think it is important to understand and not, make statements that do not resonate logically.
We have time for one question before I have to interrupt. The Honourable l'Honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, my colleague praised all of the gains that were made by this agreement for Canada. Does she agree that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Prime Minister conceded on nearly all of the major points that were raised?
Enforceability. C'est quoi les concessions?
So what concessions did we make in order to get that reaction?
I remember for Don Valley East.
Madam President, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question, but there's no concession that we gave. We actually eliminated 232 tariffs. We got our environmental protection. We got our content requirement. So I don't know what he's talking about.
The honourable member will have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left for questions and comments when this question continues, when this debate continues after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Toronto Danforth.
Public transit is an important part of city building, and it's also a critical part of our plan to transition to a low-carbon economy. I'm proud of the commitment that our government has made to support communities across the country, and especially in my city of Toronto, to build public transit. Just over a year ago, the Mayor of Toronto announced that a critical piece of our public transit, the Downtown Relief Line, was shovel-ready. This was a plan that was supported by the community, and the federal government had provided support in designing this plan. Unfortunately, these plans were thrown out by Doug Ford, who imposed a new proposal on the community, one that will impact parks, a community center, a seniors' home. It's raising serious concerns in the community about safety and quality of life. Over 800 residents attended a meeting this week to raise these concerns. And I want to applaud the members of the East End Transit Alliance for making sure that these community voices are heard and that there is meaningful consultation. Let's build safe transit, and let's build it right.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Canada's leading faith-based post-secondary institution located in my riding, Langley, British Columbia. Trinity Western University is positioned as a truly global university with campuses in Langley, Richmond, Washington State, and with university partnerships in Africa, India, China, and Southeast Asia. Trinity also continues to have a positive, significant impact here on Parliament Hill through its Ottawa campus, the Laurentian Leadership Centre. Trinity has earned a reputation for excellence in academics, research, and sports. It holds 3 Canadian research chairs and regularly has its alumni on Canadian Olympic teams. As of today, Trinity represents the #1 ranked team in Canada for both men's and women's volleyball. Go Spartans!
The honourable member for Hull Elmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 month ago, the Gîte Ami, a temporary community housing center in Hull, Ottawa, for people facing social exclusion and homelessness, burned down. The social and economic impacts of homelessness are obvious. We are determined to help those in need. And we feel that even one homeless Canadian is too many. Thanks to the hard work of Gîte Ami, the Integrated Health and Social Services Centre, and the Hull Gatineau Soup Kitchen, the population affected by this fire will receive support. Moreover, the Gîte Ami building will be reopening its doors mid-February. I can't say enough how resilient the people of Hull-Elmer are. It's not what happens to us that matters. It's how we react to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, it's with great emotion today that I pay tribute to a major woman in politics in Manicouagan, Madame Girard. She passed away last November after courageously battling against MLS. She was the first mayor in Manicouagan. She was a strong feminist, and she advanced women's rights, children's rights, and seniors' rights. Throughout her career as a militant, and she defended many causes and undertook many projects. I'd like to benefit from this opportunity to say a few words to her. Arlene, you are one of the most inspirational, courageous women who opened the path to other women in politics, and I'm very grateful to you, and I hope you will continue to live through me and all other women who will follow in your path. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Polo Restaurant celebrates its 50th anniversary in March 2020. It was established on the Kingsway in 1970 by George and Tula Sakaleris, who immigrated from small villages in southern Greece. The Apollo introduced Sudburyans to Greek cuisine, something that was somewhat exotic in the early 1970s. Unfortunately, George, who enjoyed golfing at Cedar Green, watching the Montreal Canadiens, and playing cards with friends, left us in 2007. Nevertheless, the Apollo is still owned and operated by Tula and her family.
So the next time you're in Sudbury, why not drop by this famous restaurant?
This restaurant, Efkaristo Tula.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to dedicate my first member statement in this House to the residents of Chatham-Kent-Leamington. They proudly live in Canada's most southerly riding, farming some of Canada's most productive soils and adding value to our farm products and our food sector. It is the people in our vibrant greenhouse industry, entrepreneurs and their employees in the manufacturing sector, our healthcare, education and retail sectors, our veterans and first responders who anchor Canada's most southerly points. Their families include youth, whose future we want to keep locally, and our seniors, whose contributions to our country we never want to forget. They live in two larger centres, Chatham and Leamington, and in the towns of Wheatley and Ridgetown, Comber and Blenheim, Merlin and Tilbury, Stony Point, Highgate, and Erio, along with many others. It is an honour for me to bring their voice to this chamber and represent their interests in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry. Over 1 billion people around the world suffer from neglected tropical diseases, or NTDs. They are diseases that we as Canadians don't always think about, but they have a major impact on some of the world's poorest and most vulnerable people. NTDs are complex and not always easily overcome. They can cause additional illnesses, disability, disfigurement, stigma, and social isolation, and these can lead to lost opportunities for development in children, socioeconomic problems for those infected and their families. However, there is hope. Thanks to coordinated global efforts, progress is being made. Medicines and partnerships are available and advancements continue. Yesterday was World NTD Day, and I'd like to commend those devoted Canadians who are working diligently on behalf of those suffering from NTDs. I know that Canada and everyone in this House will continue to play a leadership role on health policy around the world to end neglected tropical diseases and bring hope and health to everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Séminaire du Sacré-Cœur, a college in my riding of Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation, welcomed a group of 10 Ukrainian students for 2 weeks last fall. The group included students from the lycée in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine. And these young Ukrainians were housed with families from the seminary, and they were able to discover the regions of Argenteuil and Petite Nation. They went on discovery hikes. They saw our beautiful nature and visited local artisans. The students also visited our nation's capital, Ottawa. The Ukrainian students formed friendships while discovering our beautiful French language. At the end of their stay, our guests even organized a Ukrainian Day, and they invited students from the seminary, and they were able to broaden their horizons. And in my writing, this was a great success.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, the Sikh community is an integral thread in the fabric of my riding of Saskatoon West. Throughout my time as a home builder and a community volunteer, and now as a member of Parliament, I've made many great Sikh friends. One of them is my campaign manager, Gurpratap Kals, who we call Sunny. Without his involvement and help, I wouldn't be standing in this house today. I owe a special debt of gratitude to Sunny and my entire campaign team. I also want to thank Balveer Singh, a wonderful leader of the Sikh Society of Saskatoon. His work and leadership is invaluable to the people we all serve. Indeed, I have many Sikh friends like Manmeet Singh Sadra, or Manny, as many of us know him. Manny has recently won the Saskatchewan Party nomination as the candidate in the riding of Saskatoon-Fairview. Madam Speaker, please help me thank the Sikh community in Saskatoon and wish Manny the best of luck in the upcoming provincial election.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Madam Speaker, it was a viral photo that touched so many hearts. A selfie of a mother and daughter in their airplane seats sent to the family they were on their way to see. Unfortunately, Seher and Elsa would never make it home. Their flight out of Tehran was shot down shortly after takeoff. I asked Habib to reflect on their loss. His daughter Seher had a kind and loving heart. She dedicated much of her time spreading positive energy and helping those in the community that needed a hand. His 8-year-old granddaughter Elsa was a carbon copy of her mother, an old soul and natural leader who sought to protect the weak and make new students feel welcome. A future politician, her family thought. Seher and Elsa did finally make it home. They were laid to rest on Sunday. We grieve with their family and all the lives they touch. Seher and Elsa will be deeply missed.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
It's an honor for me to rise in the House today to pay tribute to the Citizen of the Year 2020 in Picture Butte. His name is Mr. Cor Van Ray. Though he is currently one of Canada's top producers in the beef industry, that wasn't always the case. By casting vision, taking risks, building partnerships, and just good old-fashioned hard work, he became one of our nation's very best in the industry. As an immigrant to Canada, Cor came with very little. He started off as a simple farm laborer, but eventually bought some land. Throughout his journey, there were many ups and downs, but his resilience served him well. Cor is not only esteemed for his success in agriculture, but for his tremendously big heart. Cor has generously supported the establishment of 3 family swimming pools and has contributed millions to the university and the college in my community. He recently gave $3.75 million to the YMCA. When asked about his philanthropy, he said, "I believe in sharing. I made good money farming. I share it." Cor, you are the salt of the earth. Thank you for selflessly investing in our community. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, more than 100 million North Americans will be gathering to watch the Super Bowl. Our eyes will be fixed on the Chiefs and the 49ers with Vince Lombardi in Miami. Like many Canadians and Quebecers, I would like to strongly encourage Laurent Desvernier, who is a member of the Chiefs and will play a key part of this game. The sport is now a religion in the United States, but we have the first doctor in the history of the NFL who will be playing in the Super Bowl. He's an excellent athlete, and he's an inspiration for an entire generation. He did university studies, and he has showed great determination. Madam Speaker, he is 6 feet 5 inches high, and we hope that he will live up to everyone's dreams, and we wish him an excellent Super Bowl. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, on December 26, 2019, a fire broke out in Winnipeg Centre, burning an affordable apartment to the ground, in turn displacing almost 40 individuals, including children. They lost everything. The holiday season is a difficult time of the year for so many. The very worst time for such an event to occur, but our wonderful community of Winnipeg Centre came together. We opened my office and donations for the fire victims started pouring in. Local community organizations and service providers opened their doors in spite of the fact they had limited services over the holidays. A special thank you to my colleagues, City Councillor Cindy Gilroy and MLA Lisa Naylor and staff. Thank you. And to our superb team at my office, you go beyond the call of duty for Winnipeg Centre. I also want to extend well wishes to the fire victims as you rebuild your homes. Your courage and grace during this difficult time was moving. This is what community at the centre looks like, and we show it best in Winnipeg Centre.
The honourable member for Pointe-de-L'Île. Madam Speaker, first I would like to thank the citizens of Pointe-de-L'Île who have once again placed their confidence in me. Pointe-de-L'Île has extraordinary economic development. There are large spaces available for major projects on Montreal Island. However, much of this land must be decontaminated and lacks municipal infrastructure. The Government of Quebec and the City of Montreal have committed to massive investment in decontamination and for structured public transit. We know that Quebec did not receive its fair share of infrastructure investment during the last Parliament, only $97 per person versus the Canadian average of $703 per person, according to the PBO. Bloc Québécois is asking Ottawa to invest as much as Quebec does and the municipal government does to fund these crucial projects for Eastern Montreal, and I hope we will have the cooperation of the government and the opposition parties. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Wow, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I would just like to take this opportunity to respectfully congratulate the Shelter Point Distillery. You know, this amazing distillery in my riding produces an amazing array of whiskey. Best of all, rye whiskey at the 2020 Canadian Whiskey Awards was that they took home. They got gold medals for Settle Cast Rye and Smoke Point Single Grain Whiskey. Several silver medals. So I just want to congratulate them so much for all their contributions to our community and for their great reputation of whiskey in Canada. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, this past Sunday, a CTV reporter tweeted a photo of him next to an Asian barber wearing a surgical mask. His now deleted and apologized for tweet read, "Hopefully all I got today is a haircut." Yesterday, walking down a street here in Ottawa, I heard a conversation in passing. One man said to another, "Yeah, we're going to a restaurant in Chinatown for lunch." The other guy said in response, "You mean coronavirus town?" I gave him an earful. At a time when many Chinese Canadians are struggling with deep concerns for the welfare of friends and family in China, we must stand against the normalization of xenophobic mores against people of Asian descent. They are our brothers and sisters, and they deserve nothing other than support, compassion, and understanding. Today, I call upon all of us here to stand in solidarity with Chinese Canadians and to all those around the world affected by the coronavirus.
The honourable member for for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker.
Si j'en ai mis un autre de spare, là, mais j'étais pas pour.
and mental health issues. Franca Damiani Carella, Contessa de Vergola, Rescape de un
Franca Carella was a refugee camp escapee, a nurse, and a founder of the Vita Nova founder, and she passed away on January 17th. Franca, as her friends called her, was the founder and executive director of the Vita Nova Foundation. Since 1987, Vita Nova offered housing to those dealing with addiction, and she only asked them to want to change their lives.
Being in her presence with her wonderful, contagious smile and passion to assist others was inspiring. She was truly a trailblazer. Madam Speaker, Franca will be dearly missed by her family and all those that she touched, but her legacy will continue through Vita Nova. May we all emulate her warm-heartedness and the difference she made to individuals reaching for a hand. Reposa in pace, Franca. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yesterday, the Liberal member from Cumberland Colchester appeared on national television to outline the government's response plan for coronavirus. As the government's representative, she said people going through airports should buy gloves, buy masks, and try not to touch anything. Is this the message the government is sending to Canadians? If the minister can't tell Canadians her plan, can she at least stop the Liberal backbench from spreading fear and panic?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to first of all thank the member from Calgary Nose Hill for her exceptionally eloquent reminder to all of us that there is very real risk in terms of spreading misinformation and fear. We are working diligently to make sure that all members of the House have accurate information, including members on our side and members of the public, as well as our healthcare allied professionals. We'll continue to do that and correct the misinformation as it arises. Thank you, member. Thank you, Mr.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, I think it's the Liberal backbench that needs to be reminded not to spread fear and panic. Monsieur le Président,
Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization has declared the coronavirus a global emergency, but the government is unable to answer even simple questions on its plan. Canadians in China are worried. The government must take this situation seriously. Can the minister tell us when she plans to confirm her plan to bring them home?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam President. It's a great question in terms of how we proceed in a way that protects the health of Canadians both here in Canada and the health of Canadians abroad in China. We are working, as the member noted, on a plan to repatriate Canadians who wish to come back and support them in a way that protects their health and protects the health of all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, what's the plan? Canadians need more information. Once Canadians in China safely return to Canada, what is the protocol in place to protect Canadians at home? Will returners be mandated to remain in quarantine? If yes, for how long? The government has indicated that there will be an enhanced screening process. What does this screening process look like? And when will the government contact all of those who are on impacted flights for the confirmed cases already? Canadians need reassurance. Canadians need answers today.
What's the plan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in talking about misinformation, it's difficult to contain spread of misinformation if we're conflating two separate issues. The member opposite has asked about the number of contacts that were beside the patient in Toronto who has since recovered. All of those people sitting within 2 meters have been contacted and confirmed as not having the coronavirus. So that piece is complete. In terms of returning people from China, I will note that China will not allow people who are ill to travel, and will have a very comprehensive screening process in partnership with Canadian healthcare professionals that will be on the ground. We'll continue to update as we do.
The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, last November, the Liberal government created a Department of Middle Class Prosperity. When questioned about what the middle class is, the new minister mentioned that she didn't really know, that she didn't have precise data. She said, and I quote, "There They are the families who have a quality of life, who can register their children in hockey and various activities. Madam Speaker, can the minister now give us her definition of what the middle class is? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. Since the first day we were elected, our government has worked hard to strengthen and expand the middle class. We know that people want a home that is affordable. They want good education for their children and a secure retirement. That is why we are going to be focusing on those efforts and why we have taken the first steps to cut tax for people in the middle class. We will continue to work for the middle class, and I would invite my colleague opposite to do the same. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, I'm going to help my colleague opposite. The middle class is 81% of families paying more taxes today since the Liberals arrived on the scene. It's families who are fed up paying too much tax. It's families who are trying to make ends meet and who are facing financial difficulties. It's families who are paying for the subsidies to Loblaws and MasterCard because of ridiculous decisions made by this government. If the minister wants to help the middle class, then she needs to ask the Minister of Finance to stop spending the way he is at the expense of Canadian families. The Honourable Minister. As the opposition is focusing on a number, we are taking action. And that's why the middle class, our work for the middle class speaks for itself. In 2015, when we were elected, we cut taxes for the middle class while asking the wealthiest Canadians to pay more. We put in place a Canada benefit for children, and we cut taxes this year at the start of our mandate. We are going to continue to work for the middle class to ensure that they have an affordable life. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, for years we've been saying the same thing. Multiplying targeted infrastructure programs with rigid criteria simply doesn't work. The program for dealing with flooding is paralyzed. Because there's no agreement with our national government in Quebec, not a single project has been funded. No money's been transferred. Meanwhile, flooding is getting worse, and people are calling for help. When will the government do the only thing it can do? Transfer the money. The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. Clearly, we have taken a stand and are investing in Quebec. We are investing in infrastructure to make communities more resilient. We're investing in public transit. There are a number of projects in the province. We're going to continue working with Quebec and the municipalities. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. But not in this case, Madam Speaker. Because of climate change, flooding is more extensive and frequent. The ones that are supposed to happen every 100 years are happening every 5 years. They're commonplace. People are dreading the arrival of spring. The money remains frozen in Ottawa because Ottawa wants to make all the decisions and step up strict criteria for its programs. Madam Speaker, what's it going to take? What kind of global warming are we going to have to see to free up this money? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, clearly we are working with Quebec. We have worked on 10 projects to make communities more resilient. We've got the tramway in Quebec City, the Champlain Bridge, the Blue Line. We are working with Quebec and will continue to do so. Clearly, we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and ensure that our communities are more resilient.
Thailand Powell River.
Madam Speaker, in 2018, this House voted unanimously to support an NDP motion that meant that all the money left on the table at the end of the year for our veterans would go into the next fiscal budget. Not only did this not happen, the total money budgeted went down $127 million. And at the end of the fiscal year, there was still over $100 million sitting on the table. This is happening happening while veterans are struggling every day to get their needs met. Shame on this government. Can you please explain to this House and to veterans why?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For a question, our benefits are demand-driven. This means that the money is always available to veterans that come forward. We are not leaving any money unspent. We are making sure that the money is available for all our veterans. We know that all members of this House want to see the veterans taken care of, and that's exactly what we will be doing and continue to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, when it comes to Indigenous kids, this government continues to willfully and recklessly discriminate against First Nations children on reserve. They have fought court order after court order and are ignoring the unanimous will of this House. The Prime Minister is so committed to his crusade to deny these kids justice that he has spent over $5 million on court fees to fight them. Why does this Prime Minister think this money is better spent on lawyers rather than on children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice.
For this question. It's a very important issue. What we stand by and we fully agree is that compensation to First Nations children must be forthcoming for those who are harmed by past government policies. We're seeking a solution to this issue that is comprehensive, fair and equitable for all First Nations children related to child and family services. The specific details with respect to payment and costs associated with the litigation are covered by solicitor-client privilege. It would not be appropriate for me to comment further on that particular issue.
Excellent. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The current government recently gave MasterCard almost $50 million. Now, bear in mind, these are taxpayer dollars. Now, as if that wasn't enough, the story continues to evolve. We recently found out, thanks to Post Millennial, that actually it was a former chief of staff within the Liberal Party who is now functioning as the chief lobbyist for MasterCard and secured this money. Now, she also happens to be a maximum donor to the Liberal Party of Canada. Coincidence? I think not. Why is it that the Liberals always seem to get paid while Canadians always seem to foot the bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology and Development, Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's obvious that this is an investment in Canadians' data protection and Canadian jobs. Our government is investing in a new world-class cybersecurity centre in Vancouver, leveraging $100+ million in private sector investment, literally hundreds of millions of dollars in private sector investment. It's going to create hundreds of new jobs, including for co-op students, and it's going to protect Canadians from cyber threats in an increasingly digital world. That's what Canadians are asking us to do, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. Countless hours working as a top aide to Liberal ministers. Years of maximizing our donations to the Liberal Party. Years of working as a lobbyist to MasterCard. Multiple meetings with the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Cost to the taxpayer, $50 million. Ew. Ending Liberal corruption, now that will be priceless. Hey, why do Liberal insiders continue to receive millions of dollars while Canadians are failing to meet their minimum payment to MasterCard?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Madam Speaker, the Conservative members' outrage knows no bounds. Our job as a government is to attract investment in Canada, create great Canadian jobs, and protect Canadians from cybersecurity threats. We have leveraged hundreds of millions of dollars from the private sector, and MasterCard could have implemented a centre of excellence in cybersecurity anywhere in the world, but they chose Vancouver, and that's great news for Canada.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, as Canadians get their credit card bills in the mail, MasterCard gets a check for $50 million from taxpayers thanks to the Liberals.
Shameful.
This is a multinational, hugely profitable company. Today, the Post Millennial reported that coincidentally, MasterCard's chief lobbyist is a former Liberal aide who has personally donated thousands of dollars to the Liberal Party. When will this government stop wasteful spending of taxpayer dollars with their Liberal friends?
That's a great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question because, as I said before, manufactured outrage. I'd like to quote the leader of the opposition from September 6 in the press release where he said, "It is vital that the government adopt new policies and keep up with technology to make sure that Canadians and their money and their personal information is protected." I'm sure members opposite would agree that we need to invest in technology and centres like this cybersecurity centre in Vancouver so that Canadians' data is protected and they have confidence when they're banking online. This is what we're investing in. We're very proud to do it.
I do want to remind members, especially on the opposition side, that they had the opportunity to ask the question without being interrupted, and I would ask them not to interrupt when someone, excuse me, I would just ask that we have order in the House so that we can get through question periods so people can understand the questions and answers, especially those who are listening at home. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Madam Speaker, it's well known that this Liberal government loves handing out corporate welfare. $12 million to refrigerate Loblaws, $40 million to automate BlackBerry, $50 million to secure MasterCard, lobbied by donors and a former chief of staff to provide. Yet they committed only $10 million to combat money laundering across Canada. A crisis estimated to worth over $7 billion in my home province of British Columbia alone. Does this Prime Minister like investing in corporate welfare more than he likes protecting Canada from corruption?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are using connected devices more and more, and they want to know that their financial services, like banking, when they're doing this, they want to know their data and their privacy is protected. So that's why we're investing in a cybersecurity centre, and that's why our government is leveraging hundreds of millions of dollars, doing exactly what government should do to protect Canadians. We're going to ensure that Canadians get those investments and that every taxpayer dollar leverages many more from the private sector. It's good governance.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The PBO has told us that the Liberals don't have a plan for the billions of dollars being invested as part of some 50 programs and the responsibility of 30 departments and agencies. Investing in Canada fails, in fact, to create wealth for the middle class, fails to deliver on the ground, and it fails to provide follow-up and transparency. Will the Prime Minister respect the will of the House and give the Auditor General the resources necessary so that he can do his important job? The Honourable Minister. We have always said openness and transparency are characteristics of our government. We welcome public oversight, parliamentary oversight of our infrastructure program. The failure was under the Conservatives. They said they would be cutting investments. I would like to know what the member opposite would like to cut. The tramway in Quebec City, the Champlain Bridge, investment in affordable housing, the Blue Line. The Honourable Member. None of that, Madam Speaker. They're unable to deliver on the ground because they haven't built anything. They can't be accountable to Parliament. They're unable to provide a complete investment plan for the $186 billion. Parliamentarians have spoken, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General must investigate this Liberal fiasco. Instead of sending $50 million to MasterCard, will the Prime Minister, who happily uses the credit card with no payment date, ensure that the Auditor General has the money needed to fulfill this mandate? The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I will reiterate we are happy to have a public and parliamentary oversight over our infrastructure program. Investments in infrastructure are in the area of public transit, to make our communities more resilient, to create jobs, and to grow our economy, and to leave our children with a healthier environment. We will continue. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, the government wants to enter 3,900 civilian employees at the RCMP into the Phoenix pay system. They said, no, there's no problem anymore with Phoenix. But the Minister of Public Safety confirmed the opposite. And I quote, Our government knows that employees and their families continue to experience stress and inconvenience due to pay issues. Why is the government imposing Phoenix on 3,900 civilian employees without their consent, knowing full well that it is a cause of stress and inconvenience? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker.
Servants deserve to be paid accurately and on time for their important work. We have made progress stabilizing the pay system. Over the past 2 years, we have reduced the number of pending transactions by 39%. Over the same period of time, the backlog of transactions with financial implications has decreased by 43%. We will continue working closely with the RCMP management to ensure a smooth transition. We continue to work with all departments and agencies to improve the timeliness and accuracy of HR.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, I've got figures too. 74% of employees last year had problems during a transfer. So, if that's an improvement, well, then I'm happy that I wasn't there when it started. The Phoenix system has been broken since the outset. The Prime Minister asked 2 cabinet members to end it once and for all. Yesterday, the Minister for Digital Government confirmed and stated we're working to find a modern, reliable system. So Phoenix isn't a modern, reliable system, nor has it ever been. So I will repeat my question. Why put 3,900 more employees into this system?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and la province. Je m'excuse.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have taken important steps to stabilize the pay system, the Phoenix pay system, and we continue to work with all parties involved, including the unions and employees, to move forward. Our government remains determined to help employees and to resolve pay problems as quickly as possible.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, whenever a tragedy occurs, we should reflect on what we could have done to prevent it. The murder of Mary-Lynn Levesque in Quebec City is one such case. We know that someone with a history of violence against women was involved. We also know that this person was permitted to go on day parole and interact with vulnerable women. The Liberal government was warned by former parole officers that their reckless reforms would undermine public safety. So when is this Liberal government going to take responsibility for their failure to protect innocent Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the tragic murder of Ms. Levesque should never have occurred. A thorough investigation with external advisors will take place to determine all of the circumstances that gave rise to this horrendous, heinous crime. The investigation will be transparent, and the findings will be shared with the public. It is our foremost priority to keep Canadians safe, and we will work tirelessly to prevent similar tragedies from ever occurring again.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat Cardston.
Madam Speaker, Mary-Lynn Levesque was killed by a repeat violent offender out on parole. He was out because Liberal-appointed parole board members granted his release despite knowing the plan to use sex workers to manage his risk to women. Just think about that. This kind of incompetence is putting lives at risk by allowing dangerous offenders back on our streets. When will the minister fire those parole board members and launch an external investigation into those types of appointments?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, public safety is the first and most important consideration for all parole decisions. The Parole Board of Canada makes these decisions independently based on long-standing criteria established to promote safe and effective reintegration into society for offenders. Mr. Speaker, in this tragic case, both the Commissioner of Correctional Services and the chair of the Parole Board have undertaken to initiate a full investigation into all of the circumstances. If persons are found to have engaged in misconduct, they will be held accountable, and if there are additional measures to be taken, we'll take them.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, after weeks of confusion, the Liberals finally opened the Canada Summer Jobs program yesterday. Now, first they cut the hours to say they were funding more positions. Then they prevented church groups from applying. Now it's reported that the department is swimming in red tape and is in chaos. When the Member of Parliament for Carleton ran the program, it ran perfectly. How are the Liberals so terrible at running a summer jobs program for students?
Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. Canada's prosperity depends on young Canadians getting the education and experience they'll need to succeed in their careers, keeping our economy growing and our middle class thriving. We are excited about the rolling out 70,000 jobs for our youth. And that's why the Canada Summer Jobs Program is an important part of our government's youth employment strategy. We're providing young Canadians with paid summer jobs where they can gain valuable experience and earn money to help pay for school. I'm pleased to share with the House that the application period is now open, and I encourage them.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Namaste, Madam Speaker. We've learned that part of the Prime Minister's disastrous 2018 trip to India was supposed to include a yoga summit with Bollywood celebrities and the Prime Minister of India, while we now know that an invitation to a convicted terrorist and photo ops with elaborate wardrobe changes were all part of the government's well-calculated plans to improve relations with India. But for some reason, this event was cancelled. Can the Prime Minister shed any light on why the Yoga Summit failed to launch?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know on this side of the House how important it is for Canadians to deliver a strong message on the world stage, and our Prime Minister does that, and he did that in India. While the Conservatives are spending their energy and time playing with Canada's relationships abroad for partisan politics, we remain focused on actions that will benefit Canadians. That includes more than $1 billion in two-way trade investment with India that we announced during that visit. This will create 5,800 new Canadian jobs, work we're proud of.
The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Madam Speaker, in Northwest BC and across our province, wild salmon are the lifeblood of many communities. For generations, they return to our rivers in huge numbers. But as anyone out on the Skeena River last summer can tell you, wild salmon are in crisis, and this government is failing to act. We need funding for habitat restoration, for stock monitoring, and for climate adaptation, and we need it now. Will this government step up before it's too late?
Your Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Madam Speaker, indeed, our government agrees wild salmon is a priority, specifically on the West Coast. And I think it's worth noting that the minister's first visit to British Columbia was with the Fraser Management Council, talking specifically about wild salmon, going up to Big Bar to take a look at the effects of the landslide. And when it comes to funding, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that put into place a $142 million salmon fund along with the province of British Columbia. We're doing more than the previous government ever did, and we're going to do more going forward, and I look forward to working with that member.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, resource workers are desperately looking for jobs to support their families, but this government has no plan for their future. Look at the latest proposal in Northern Alberta, the Tech Frontier Mine. Even the CEO of the company says that it makes no economic sense, and it will make it impossible for Canada to meet its climate targets, especially with Jason Kenney's government in power. When will the Liberals look to the future and deliver a real plan for Canadian workers and their communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Canadians elected this government to protect the environment, grow the economy, advance reconciliation, and create good jobs. We think we've done all of the above, Madam Speaker. They also expect this government to oversee fair and thorough environmental assessments. This is a major project that is under active consideration by our government. Under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, a decision must be made on the project by the end of February 2020, and, Madam Speaker, we will do so.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to supporting the middle class and creating an enabling environment to help others join the middle class. In December, the finance minister tabled a Ways and Means motion which proposes lowering additional taxes for the middle class. Can the minister explain what this change would mean for Canadians across the country? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Prosperity and Middle Class.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from Don Valley East for her question and tireless advocacy for her constituents. Since day one, our government has been working hard to strengthen and grow the middle class, and as our first order of business, we are lowering taxes for the middle class families and people working hard to join it, which means more money that can be used to do things like buy healthy foods, send kids to camp. This is just the next step in our plan to make life more affordable for our middle-class Canadians. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, since the Liberals were first elected, over $100 billion in energy projects have been lost. Thousands of jobs are gone, and national unity is damaged. The failure to approve the Teck mine would make this problem even worse. Canada's Environmental Assessment Agency recommended this mine be approved. The project has signed agreements with all Indigenous groups who live near it. Will this government stop dividing the country and approve this science-based project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thanks again to the honourable member for the question. Madam Speaker, as I said before, the government will consider a range of factors when they make a decision, including environmental impacts, advancing reconciliation, and, importantly, growing the economy. Madam Speaker, they also expect this government to oversee fair and thorough environmental assessments. That's what we are doing, Madam Speaker, and as I said before, we'll have a decision at the end of February 2020. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, Alberta's monthly economic activity index is at its lowest point since a recession. The government has overseen more than $100 billion in cancelled energy projects. Still, this government continues to delay the approval for the Teck Frontier mine, which would create 7,000 much-needed jobs.
Wow.
When will this government finally stand with energy workers, approve the Teck Frontier mine, and show the world that Canada is open for business?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
When it comes to the energy sector, one thing that we've been always working towards is making sure that good projects move ahead. When it comes to LNG Canada, one of the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, we were supportive. Line 3, we are supportive. Keystone XL, we are supportive. TMX, we bought it to make sure that it moves forward. We will work with the province of Alberta, the BC government, to make sure that good projects move forward in the right way. Thank you, Madam President.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, this government wastes no opportunity to stand in the way of Alberta developing its resource sector. The $20.6 billion Teck Resources oil sand project will create thousands of jobs in Alberta when it's most needed. The Minister of Environment has announced that he will delay the government decision to the end of this month on this project. Madam Speaker, this is very, very concerning. Can the Minister please tell us when will he approve the Teck Resources Frontier Mine Project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to remind the honourable member that under the law which this project is being assessed, the legislative timeline for Cabinet to make a decision is the end of February. I repeat, as they can with any project, Cabinet can approve the project with conditions, reject the project, or extend the legislative timeline. The project is being actively considered by our government, and no decision has been made.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, the Teck project is very important and good for the Canadian economy. It represents over $20 billion in investments and 7,000 jobs that Canada needs. Unfortunately, the government is dragging its feet on this project. For 10 years, people have been working on this project. All of the paperwork has been completed step by step, correctly. They consulted 14 First Nations who are directly affected by the project. All of the approvals have been done by the provincial governments. Everything is ready except the Liberal government. So why is the Liberal government again hindering natural resource development in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Madam Speaker, I will repeat again that this project is under active consideration by our government under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. A decision must be made by the end of February 2020. We are going to consider a range of factors in that decision, Madam Speaker: environmental impacts, advancing reconciliation, growing the economy, and creating jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois would like to offer its very sincere condolences to the family of Marie-Hélène Lévesque. Her murder demands an explanation. She was killed by a man who was known to be violent, a man who had already committed violent crimes against women. She is the 5th woman to be murdered in Quebec since December. We have to wonder if violence against women is being taken seriously enough. How could someone at the parole board allow this man to end up in the presence of Marie-Hélène Lévesque? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, there are no words to describe the tragedy of what happened, and I want to offer my condolences and thoughts to the family. We understand their pain. We are wondering the same thing. How could this have happened? So a full investigation has been launched so that we can find answers, and we want to make sure that this never happens again. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, last Saturday, Raif Badawi and his former lawyer, who have been held as political prisoners in Saudi Arabia since 2012, were urgently hospitalized. They'd been on a hunger strike to protest their poor treatment in prison. Mr. Badawi's current lawyer, Mr. Erwin Kotler, called on emergency UN intervention to save their lives. Does the government, like the former Liberal Justice Minister, recognize the urgency of the situation, and will it join calls for the UN to intervene urgently and immediately to save the life of Mr. Badawi? Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we stand in solidarity with Mr. Badawi and his family. The Prime Minister spoke directly to the Prince about this matter, and we have also raised this issue with the Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs. Our goal is for Mr. Badawi to be reunited with his family.
Our member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, on December 12, 2019, Conservative members requested the release of the economic impact studies for the new NAFTA. It has now been over 50 days since that request was made. So, Madam Speaker, this government is asking us to ratify their agreement without even letting us see the economic impacts of the deal. They're stonewalling members of this House. Madam Speaker, so what exactly is this government hiding?
Secretary to the Minister, to the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, Global Affairs Canada's chief economist is preparing analysis based on the December amendments, which improved the deal for Canada. As the Deputy Prime Minister had said previously, we absolutely intend to publish this analysis once it's finalized. I invite my honourable colleagues to put Canada and Canadians first and help us ratify this new NAFTA without delay.
Bravo. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, many businesses in my riding are concerned about the impact of the new NAFTA. The government made some significant concessions, and the agricultural sector has been hit especially hard. We recently learned that the government did not conduct any impact assessments on those concessions. We've asked for that information many times, but we've received nothing. When will this government finally take action and give us some real answers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Global Affairs Chief economist is preparing an analysis. As I said, I would encourage my honourable colleague to actually speak with businesses in his riding, and I know they are asking the government to ratify NAFTA as quickly as possible because Canadian businesses and workers depend on this important deal.
Alors, just want to remind members that there shouldn't be conversations going back and forth while someone has the floor. It's not very respectful. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent.
Madam Speaker, there is an aluminum extrusion and parts company in Chatham that has grown from over 250 employees to 250 employees in less than 10 years. We have all heard the government's talking points saying that 70% aluminum content is better than 0%, ignoring the reality that 70% is far less than our present market share. What we don't know is the real impact of the new NAFTA. Why does the government continue to refuse to release the economic analyses that we have requested? Release the documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank aluminum workers and aluminum business for the excellent products that we produce here in Canada. Our government stands by our workers, by our businesses, and ensuring that they benefit from this new NAFTA. And as my colleague said, this new deal offers a minimum of 70% guarantee of aluminum content. The previous deal did not contain that guarantee, Madam Speaker. So I will encourage my colleague to work with us, to support us in ratifying this NAFTA, because that aluminum plant in his riding is depending on it.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, on January 8th, Canada was deeply shocked and saddened to learn that 57 Canadians and 29 permanent residents were among the 176 victims of the downed Ukraine International Airlines flight PS752. Following this tragic event, Canada sprung into action to support the families of the victims, and we work with our partners around the world to ensure a thorough investigation. Can the Minister of Public Safety update the House on the funding matching program to support these families who have experienced such great loss?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to thank the member for this important question and the opportunity to inform Canadians of this important initiative. Canadians across Canada continue to mourn the victims tragically killed in the plane crash in Iran. The Canada Strong campaign has crowdsourced more than $500,000 to support the families. Our government will match donations to this fund up to $1.5 million. The funds will be used to support the families of the victims as they navigate through the long-term impacts of these tragic losses. Canada Strong and other fundraising efforts show how Canadians come together in solidarity to help their neighbours in time of need, and I would encourage all Canadians to consider offering their support.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cystic fibrosis patients like Martin in Taber, Alberta are eagerly awaiting approval of a new, potentially life-saving drug. It is approved in other countries, like the United States, but Canada is falling behind. Even if it was approved, we need leadership from this government with the province to make sure it gets into the hands of the patients who need it. What is this government doing to make our system work for those suffering from rare diseases like cystic fibrosis?
Good question.
The Minister de la Santé.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, and I share the member opposite's deep concern for patients who cannot access medication that many times can be very helpful for rare diseases. And we know that we've heard about this, whether it's at our member of parliament level in our constituency or at the national level, through the work that we've been doing on more affordable medication for Canadians. That's why the work that we're doing to develop a rare disease strategy in partnership with provinces and territories is so critical, because by working together we'll be able to accelerate the access to medication that can support these patients all across Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, in December I asked the Prime Minister why he had not reached out to the Australian government to preserve our federal excise exemption for 100% made Canadian wines. It's been nearly 2 months and still we're waiting for the government to act. We have about 8 weeks until the World Trade Organization releases its interim report. 700 wineries and 9,000 Canadian jobs are at risk because of this government's indifference. Why is the Liberal government risking the future of our Canadian wine industry by hesitating to act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can assure you that our government understands the tremendous value that the wine industry brings to Canada and the contribution of the sector to Canada's reputation as a world-class agricultural producer. Our government will continue to stand up for Canadian workers and defend the interests of Canadian wine industry. We have been exploring ways to resolve the dispute with Australia, and our government is working closely with provinces on this issue and will continue to stand up for Canadian workers and this industry. Well done.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Keep waiting for lights, but there's no light. There we go. There you go. Today marks the day that Northern Pulp Mill in Pictou County, Nova Scotia, closes indefinitely. This is truly a somber day as it affects the livelihoods of mill workers in Pictou County, thousands of forest workers, and truckers from all regions in Nova Scotia. So my question is pretty simple. What is this Liberal government doing to help these families in Nova Scotia who no longer have jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we recognize the closure of the mill will have a very real impact on our forestry sector in Nova Scotia, and most importantly for workers. Our thoughts are with these workers and their families during what we know is a very difficult time. Federal services and programs are available to support them, and we've been in touch with the province to offer support. Actually, I was in Halifax last week talking to the minister himself. We will continue working with our partners to build a strong and sustainable forestry sector that remains a source of good, well-paying jobs. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recent StatsCan report shows that women are still much more likely than men to experience gender-based violence and unwanted sexual behavior at work and at school. Ce genre de comportement
This type of behavior is clearly unacceptable.
Of women and gender equality, update this House on what this government is doing to end gender-based violence in Canada. Merci.
Great. The Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Madam Speaker, my colleague from Canada Carleton is right. Gender-based violence is unacceptable, its consequences deeply harmful, and it is preventable. Our government moved forward with Canada's first federal strategy to address and prevent gender-based violence. We've clarified the definition of consent in law. We've invested in thousands of shelter spaces and affordable housing. We're working to create safer campuses and workplaces, and there's so much more work to be done, Madam Speaker. Survivors are counting on every colleague to put partisanship aside and create a future where no one has to say me too.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. New Flyer Industries in Transcona is a world-class manufacturer of electric and diesel buses. Most of its sales go to the United States, and the Buy America policy has forced them to move more jobs to the U.S. They're not alone. This is happening to workers and companies across Canada. We've heard that Mexico got some relief from Buy America in the new NAFTA. So can the Minister explain what efforts, if any, Canada made to protect Canadian jobs from Buy America and why they did not succeed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. NAFTA is very important for Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. Our largest trading partner, 75% of Canada's trade is with the United States. And this NAFTA protects, especially in this environment of protectionism, this deal protects access to the important U.S. market for workers and businesses. I ask my honourable colleague to work with us on ratifying NAFTA as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Madam Speaker, I welcome comments from the Minister of Economic Development on ensuring the delivery of strategic regional investments and a focus on rural economic development. I agree with the government on the importance of cybersecurity in Canada. I also agree with the official opposition that funding a multinational billion-dollar corporation like MasterCard should not have happened. Can I expect the government to also invest in local Canadian projects in the maritime region like CyberNB, designed specifically to be the hub for Canadian cybersecurity, already in the construction phase and at a cheaper price for Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague that we want to support local entrepreneurs all across the country, and in particular in the Atlantic provinces. That's exactly why we decided to invest more in ACOA, in a regional development agency, by investing $170 million more. It will be a pleasure to hear from her as to where we should support really good projects all across New Brunswick. And of course, my job is to make sure that all colleagues in this House are able to create good opportunities across the country. Thank you.
And that brings an end to question period. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
I would ask members to take their conversations outside. First readings of Senate public bills. Première lecture de projet de loi des...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition here that calls upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada moving forward.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise today to present a petition against the Kinder Morgan pipeline, also known as Trans Mountain.
The Lower Mainland and Southern Vancouver Island within my riding are calling on the government. Petition is somewhat stale dated, but the points remain that the Trans Mountain expansion is a disaster for the climate, will increase risks of spills, and they urge the government not to buy it. They may be experiencing buyer's regret, so the petition is tabled in the hopes that they will reconsider.
Tabling petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition highlighting an important issue around civil rights and religious freedom in Canada. As an immigrant and ethnic minority, I know Quebec's Bill 21 has real human impact. I've spoken to many youth around Canada, and they've all expressed their fear and disappointment around the bill. The petition recognizes that Bill 21 in Quebec stands against fundamental Canadian rights, and it calls on all of us parliamentarians to oppose this bill.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I have two petitions to present today. The first petition is in support of Bills C-350 and S-240, which were in the last Parliament, dealing with the issue of forced organ harvesting and organ trafficking. It calls for these bills to be adopted. No doubt petitioners would want to see action taken in this Parliament, given that those bills didn't make it all the way in the last Parliament. The second petition highlights the challenges in particular of Pakistani asylum seekers who are currently in Thailand. It raises concerns about crackdown, detention, violence challenges that they face, and it calls on Parliament, on the UNHCR to take action to support them. This is a major issue for the Pakistani Christian community, and also we heard this week about similar challenges faced by the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, also from which there have been many asylum seekers in Thailand. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Yes. Agreed. And so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United States, United Mexican States.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? No?
Madam Speaker, if I may.
No, this is questions and comments only. If there's no questions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a question.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I know that when we talk about the trade pact now between Canada, USA, and Mexico, that the country literally came together in many different ways. And when you look at the legislation and what it is that we're debating, the amount of support that's there is very real, it's tangible, from industry leaders, from premiers of all political stripes, really understanding the importance of this $2 billion a day that goes between Canada and U.S. in terms of trade. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts in terms of just how important it is that we do get the passage, and just to reflect in terms of the type of support across the country for this particular agreement.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. It's a very important question because we've had so much praise for this from different premiers, whether they're Conservatives or NDP, the labour unions, the agriculture sector, which is such an important one, and even from the Quebec Premier. And I think it is important for all of us. And in my riding of Don Valley East, the cultural industry and others are very keen on ensuring that this bill passes through. And I hope we will have the unanimous support from this House. Thank you.
The resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand here today to discuss the new NAFTA agreement and the importance this agreement has not only within my riding of Foothills, but across the country. But today I want to be really clear. I want to talk about some background of how we got here, and I want to be extremely forthright in the fact that many of the stakeholders that I deal with in the agriculture sector, whether that's farmers, ranchers, food processors, support this agreement and they want to see it passed. But of course, so do we as Conservatives. We are the party of free trade. It was under this Conservative government, or previous Conservative government, that the first NAFTA agreement was born. An agreement which brought about historic opportunities for Canadian economy, whether that was manufacturing, industry, energy, and certainly in agriculture. It was also under the previous Conservative government, with Prime Minister Stephen Harper, that we signed free trade agreements with more than 40 countries, bringing Canadian businesses more than 1 billion new customers. That was unprecedented economic opportunities for our Canadian businesses across this country. Now, a little bit of a history lesson. The previous Conservative government negotiated the economic free trade agreement with the European Union, as well as the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But the current Liberal government almost bungled away both of those critical trade agreements with geopolitical mistakes that were almost proved extremely costly to the Canadian economy. For all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, that the Trans-Pacific Partnership was to be the renegotiation of the current NAFTA agreement. And we negotiated that agreement with President Barack Obama of the United States, probably the most progressive president in the United States history. But when the current Prime Minister and the Liberal government took power, that Trans-Pacific Partnership agreement wasn't progressive enough for him. And in fact, when the Prime Minister was a no-show at that signing ceremony, that was an embarrassment to Canada. That embarrassed our allies. It was highly inappropriate. And so much so, it almost resulted in Canada not being an initial signatory on the Trans-Pacific Partnership. But what did result from the Prime Minister's embarrassing behavior as part of that project, it had added 4 more years of uncertainty to Canada's economy. And it also resulted in the Prime Minister saying he is more than willing to renegotiate NAFTA under a new President Donald Trump. And that is where our concerns lie, Mr. Speaker, is when the previous Conservative government negotiated the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the free trade agreement with the European Union, our previous Agriculture Minister, Jerry Ritz, and the previous Trade Minister, the member from Abbotsford, were ensuring that every step along the way that their colleagues in the opposition had regular meetings, regular updates on what the process was, what some of the concessions that we were discussing, what some of the pros and cons were that were being there. In addition, all of the stakeholder groups also had very keen interest and were included in all of those discussions. We have none of that with this current Liberal government. We have been kept in the dark from beginning to end with this new NAFTA agreement. All we are asking for is some due diligence to see what the details are in that agreement. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, why Conservative members are not ready to jump right on board and approve the Liberals' new agreement without giving it that due diligence, without giving it that scrutiny. Now, we've heard over the last several days during the debate on the new NAFTA agreement that the Liberal government is asking us to trust them. Just trust us. This is a great deal. This is better than any deal we've had before. But I would like to say that the Liberals haven't earned that trust. They haven't earned that trust from Conservative members, but they certainly haven't earned that trust from our stakeholders who are asking us, especially in the agriculture sector, to do our due diligence, to give this process the scrutiny that it deserves. Now, let's just go back a little bit and why our stakeholders are asking us to make sure that we review this and why they don't believe, they are wary of what the Liberals may be trying to pass through this NAFTA agreement, that they haven't earned that trust of many of our stakeholders, especially in the agriculture sector. This is a government that promised to do a thorough and robust review of the business risk management programs and come up with a new program that is bankable, accessible, and efficient for Canadian agriculture. They have not done that. That is a broken promise. This is a Liberal government that promised a compensation package for dairy processors as part of their previous free trade agreements. They reneged on that promise. There is no compensation package at all for dairy processors. Another promise broken. This is a Liberal government who missed a critical deadline to apply to the World Animal Health Organization for negligible risk status for Canada when it comes to bovine spongiform encephalopathy. That is a critical mistake. The Agriculture Minister, the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Health, the Prime Minister, all of them dropped the ball. How do you miss a date that we knew 11 years before was coming? Incredible. And as a result of that, our beef ranchers in Ontario are struggling because of a lack of capacity and now limited options to export their beef products. Had the Liberal government met that, all it was putting a notice of motion on the table with the World Animal Health Organization to let them know we're going to be applying this year. It would have opened doors for Ontario beef producers. But they didn't. And they haven't apologized for it. They haven't admitted it was a mistake. Not only was it a mistake, it was a crushing mistake for Ontario beef producers, but certainly cattle ranchers across Canada. That was an important date that they missed. And now in addition to that, the Liberals have implemented a punishing carbon tax in Canadian agriculture. And the Agriculture Minister has admitted this week that she is not keeping any data on the impact of the carbon tax on Canadian farmers. So you can see why our agriculture stakeholders from coast to coast to coast are questioning the ability or the due diligence of the Liberal government when it comes to this NAFTA agreement. As I said from the beginning, the vast majority of our stakeholders want the new NAFTA agreement to be enforced, but they do not want us to jump in and sign this agreement as quickly as possible. They want us to ensure that we are looking at every aspect of this agreement before we vote to ratify it. This has been a harvest from hell for Canadian agriculture, and we've heard that from many of our stakeholders. But I want to give you some quotes of why our producers are a little bit wary of the Liberals' intent here. Bill Campbell, the president of Keystone Agricultural Producers, he said, "We are firm in our position that there needs to be an exemption for farmers under the carbon tax framework for all costs associated with drying grain, as well as for heating barns and farm buildings. Now that Manitoba falls under the federal backstop, farmers are left paying the price that as price takers in the global economy cannot be passed along." Jeff Nielsen of Grain Growers Canada said this week, "The 2019 harvest season has put undue burden on farmers' livelihoods, and every part of the country has been hit hard. Beyond just the crop left in the farmers' fields, we have faced major grain drying expenses, courtesy of the federal carbon tax, to ensure that at least some crops get to market. These costs are adding up, and we cannot continue to pay the price for this inaction. A complete exemption for all fuels used on the farm is what farmers ultimately require to avoid these crises in the future and provide farmers with the resources to continue to do what we do best. Now you can see, Madam Speaker, why our agriculture stakeholders are concerned, because there isn't a trust level with this Liberal government. And certainly they are giving that great lip service that this new NAFTA is a better agreement. But before we make that decision, we want to have every opportunity to review that. And as many of my colleagues have said in their speeches over the last week, is we have asked for economic impact analysis. We have asked for data that is backing up the agreement that the Liberals are asking us to sign, but we haven't seen any of those documents. And as I said previously, Madam Speaker, the stark difference between when the Conservative government was negotiating these free trade agreements and the Liberal government is, under the Conservative government, we ensured that the opposition was involved every step of the way and was well informed with all of the decisions that were being made, and our stakeholders were there at the table with us. Our stakeholders and the opposition has not had the same opportunities when it comes to this agreement. And it is an obligation as elected representatives that we do our due diligence. Our constituents demand us to do that, and they are wary of what this agreement may hold. This is especially true when it comes to a trade agreement with one of our most important trading partners in the United States. We must ensure for agriculture that there's no question that the new NAFTA agreement represents stability, reliable trade with Mexico and the United States, two of our most important trading partners. In my constituency of Foothills, my residents demand that. They want that. Free and fair trade is a top priority for us as Conservatives, and certainly for our constituents as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess where what Conservatives often have in common with Liberals is the fact that we both support and recognize the importance of trade. And this agreement furthers that sense of security for that $2 billion that of trade between Canada and U.S. In itself. I disagree with the member. He's attempting to rewrite history. And it was, in fact, both the CETA agreement, which included just under 30 countries throughout the world in Europe, the Trans-Pacific Agreement, which included another 10 countries. These are agreements that were not finalized by the Stephen Harper Conservative government. To try to give the impression that they were finalized is just false. They weren't even close to being finalized. There were many meetings that had taken place with the minister traveling abroad. Having said that, this particular agreement has been worked on, has brought Canadians together. The official opposition has been provided the opportunity to sit down back in December to get details. My question to the member opposite is, would he not agree that we need to continue to work together in order to get this bill passed?
I remind the Parliamentary Secretary to keep his questions a little bit tighter, a little bit shorter, and I want to remind the members on this side that I have no doubt that the member from Foothills is able to respond to that, so in the meantime I would ask that they hold their comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I completely disagree with my colleague across the floor who is actually trying to rewrite history. The TPP agreement was ready to be signed on the eve of the 2015 election. The second the Prime Minister took office, he should have went to that table and signed that agreement. But no, that wasn't good enough for him. That agreement was not progressive enough for him. In fact, he didn't show up at the signing ceremony, which was an incredible embarrassment to this country, and it ended up in 4 more years of uncertainty when the TPP agreement was almost ripped apart, and it was so close that Canada was almost not even a member of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. The same is with CETA. And in fact, under this Liberal government, we have lost very important trade agreements with China, India, Peru, Thailand, Saudi Arabia. The list goes on and on. We are the party of free trade. They are party of eliminating it.
Comments? The Honourable Deputy Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his remarks. He talked about agriculture and compensation. In the Bloc Québécois, We don't want to see a modernization program like the one that the government put in place in 2018. That was a fiasco. We are looking for a direct support program, and I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that.
For Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And there is some concerns within the new NAFTA agreement when it comes to the dairy sector. There is no other agreement that I can think of that Canada has ever signed before where we've actually put a cap on the growth of an agricultural commodity, which they have done with dairy. There's now a quota on our ability to export products like skim milk powder, protein powder. So for them to say this is a better agreement, certainly in some areas that may be true, but in the dairy sector, that's absolutely not true. And in some areas like the dairy processors, there's no compensation whatsoever when the Liberals did promise a compensation package.
For a brief question, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. And I just wanted to make a comment that I was talking to a dairy processor from British Columbia who made that exact point, that the quotas are going to be very destructive to that industry. I just wanted to, my question though is about the whole process that we've had. He mentioned the secrecy behind it, and I'm just wondering if he would be in favor of working with us to produce a new system for future trade deals.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be quick. We don't have to rewrite the process because the process was done properly under the previous Conservative government. As I said, our Minister of Trade, our Minister of Agriculture at that time, offered regular meetings with the opposition, their colleagues on the opposition benches, as well as keeping all stakeholder groups not only informed, but actually at the negotiating table with us. I think that is the system that works. That is a system to ensure that everyone's voices is heard. You may not always agree, but at least you had your chance to have your position at the table. And I think that is the system that we need to follow.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great opportunity I have to speak to the new NAFTA agreement. For starters, I'd like to talk about the importance of this new agreement. More than 400,000 people cross the border between Canada and the United States to work on a daily basis. $2.4 billion in commodities go across the border. 2 million jobs in Canada that are directly linked to free trade with the United States. And following our agreement with Mexico in '93, there's 6 times as much a trade now with Mexico as there was back in the day.
At the history of why we're negotiating NAFTA. We have a U.S. president that got elected by saying that NAFTA was the worst deal that was ever made. It was inevitable, Madam Speaker, that any Canadian government was going to have to renegotiate with the United States on NAFTA. And this Canadian government, in my view, did an exceptional job in arriving at a deal that is even better than the previous NAFTA in almost every area. That is sensational when you are looking at the difference in size between Canada and the United States. The United States has a population about 9 times bigger than that of Canada. The United States, unfortunately, despite the fact that Canada is its biggest trading partner in the vast majority of states, and that there's millions of American jobs linked to NAFTA, the knowledge in the United States of the importance of the trading relationship with Canada is far less than the knowledge in Canada of our importance with the trading relationship with the United States. As such, there were numerous challenges in this negotiation that the team had to deal with, one of which was educating Americans on how important its trade relationship with Canada was. Number 2 was navigating a system in the United States where the administration was of one party and the majority in the House of Representatives was of another party. So now we've arrived at a place where Mexico has ratified NAFTA, the United States Congress has ratified NAFTA, the U.S. President has signed the bill ratifying NAFTA, and we in Canada are left to decide, do we go along with our partners in the United States and Mexico and ratify this deal, or do we not? My voice would say, yes, we need to do so. Let me talk about a couple of the areas where Canada resolutely defended our position in NAFTA negotiations. First, let me talk about the idea of Chapter 19, the dispute resolution mechanism. We all heard, Madam Speaker, the Americans continually challenge Chapter 19 and trying to have it removed from NAFTA. Indeed, in the initial agreement between Mexico and the United States, that chapter was removed. Canada was able to ensure that chapter remained, leaving us a dispute resolution mechanism with the United States, which we desperately need in dealing with a trading partner that is vastly bigger than us. We succeeded in the course of these negotiations in protecting supply management, something that the Americans, as one of their key issues in the deal, said that they wanted us to repeal. We succeeded in this deal in having new labor and environmental chapters that were not in the previous agreement, things that will be a benefit to Canadian workers and to the environment. And indeed, Madam Speaker, with changes made by the demands of Democrats in the U.S. Congress, the enforcement mechanisms for the labor and environment chapters are better now than they were even in the original deal. As Parliamentary Secretary for Labor, I am very pleased with the labor chapters in NAFTA, and I just wanted to mention that labor standards that are now established in NAFTA are progressive and fully enforceable. It helps level the playing field for Canadian workers and businesses. It is a major upgrade from the original NAFTA because it protects migrant workers and union members. It prevents the import of products made by forced labor. It requires measures to protect workers against discrimination. It ensures that law and policies protecting workers' rights like collective bargaining and freedom of association are enshrined. It gives Canadian businesses a chance to grow and gives workers a fair chance to share in the benefits of free trade. And that is something. What's also something is that now 70% of the parts used in our automobiles to be NAFTA certified have to be made in North America. Canada, the United States, or Mexico. In the current NAFTA, that obligation is not there. That is a huge deal for parts makers in Canada that contribute to the auto industry, and that includes steel and aluminum. 70% of the components need to be made in North America. I understand the concerns that have been expressed about aluminum, but we have to remember that, again, we start from 0% being required, we now get to 70%. For those parts that are manufactured in Canada and the United States, the anti-dumping measures prevail, and as such, Canadian aluminum producers are doing far, far better despite concerns that Mexico may use Chinese aluminum. Now, we don't want that to happen, but that could be happening and is probably happening right now. The deal doesn't change that issue. It only means that now 70% of the parts need to be made in North America. And while it is true, and I acknowledge this, that the deal for steel says the parts need to be poured and melted in North America and it is not for aluminum, that will come into effect 7 years from now. We have 7 years to see if we can improve stuff on aluminum. But it still means that the protections for aluminum providers today are better than they were under the previous NAFTA. It's a gain, not a loss. One other thing that's really important is that now a significant percentage of parts need to be made by workers earning more than $16 an hour. That is a huge deal because it means that factories in Mexico with low-cost workers will no longer be able to produce the NAFTA certified parts under this threshold. That means that more jobs will be kept in Canada and the United States and not moved to Mexico. That is an incredible victory in this deal. And Canada has established with Mexico a working group to improve labor standards and working conditions. Mexico is going to need to make labor reforms, especially in areas that are crucial for the implementation of the new NAFTA. The Canada-Mexico Bilateral Labor Working Group will ensure that Canadian expertise is available to share our best practices and strengthen cooperation with Mexico. It will bring together Canadian and Mexican experts to help implement the new NAFTA's labor protections and standards. So when we talk about all of the different things that NAFTA could have been, and when you look at the U.S. original negotiating position, this new trade agreement could have been very, very difficult for Canadians. In the end, this panel of people that Canada has put together, from our professional civil service to our government members working on this, to those many others that helped in the process, including many members of the former Conservative government that aided our current government in negotiating NAFTA. I'll talk about former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who was intricately involved in assisting our government. Former interim leader of the Conservative Party, Ron Ambrose. This was a Team Canada effort, as it should be, because when you create a trade deal that is of so much importance to Canadian jobs, to Canadian workers, à notre économie canadienne, c'est primordial.
It's essential for our Canadian economy. We need a team from across the country, representing people from unions, workers, employers in all different groups, including them all. And I think that the work done by the Deputy Prime Minister Freeland, was incredible.
Cannot use a minister's name. He can use the position, but not the name.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Closing, what I would say is this trade deal, while not perfect in every area, is better even than the previous NAFTA, was an incredible victory given the political context of our times and the current U.S. administration we were negotiating with. And I am very proud to vote in favor of this trade deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, just 1 second there. Is this Calgary Minapore? Sorry. I was going to say, I don't think that you're sitting in the right seat, so if you're not sitting in your seat, you can't ask a question. The honourable member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my my colleague across the way for his remarks and wish him all the best. I want to ask him about the negotiating strategy that we followed. You look at the rhetoric during the last presidential election, and it was very much focused on Mexico. The American now president, then candidate, was very critical of trade practices by Mexico as part of that rhetoric. But over the course of the discussions that happened after the election, it was interesting to see how that rhetoric shifted from Mexico to Canada. And the American administration basically signed on to a deal without Canada and then said, take it or leave it. Now, as the opposition, as the public, we don't know all the things that happened and that were said and weren't said behind closed doors. But I wonder if the member could just reflect on why he thinks that as a result, perhaps, of some of the conversations or steps or missteps by this government, that the focus, the target shifted really from Mexico to Canada in the context of that conversation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I would note that the rhetoric of the current U.S. administration seems to shift from target to target to target with a lot of volatility. So I can't necessarily speak to the issue of rhetoric, but what I can say is the Canadian government stood resolutely for the points that Canada said that we would make in the current NAFTA, meaning we resisted the U.S. demands to remove the dispute resolution mechanism from NAFTA, which the Mexicans had agreed to in the initial deal with the United States. That was reinserted because Canada insisted upon it. The United States wanted us to remove completely our supply management process. We resisted that. So I'm proud of the fact that we not only reached a deal, but we reached a deal by resolutely standing in defense of Canadian workers across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member across the way for his speech. I would just like to ask him, I think one thing that's really seems to be missing from this whole conversation, both here in the House of Commons and across the country, is any sort of economic analysis of the impact of this trade agreement. It would seem a very important thing to know before we say yes or no to this or ask for changes. The U.S. Congress made some significant changes. We're being asked just to rubber stamp it and send it on. But one thing we don't have is any kind of economic impact analysis. I wonder if you could comment on that.
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, and I always want to thank my honourable colleague for his very thoughtful questions. One of the things that I think is incredibly important is that we can all recognize, and I think our officials who have provided us with briefings this week have made clear, the disastrous impact on Canada of not having a trade agreement with the United States, when literally millions of jobs in Canada depend on that trade agreement. I think in this case, the economic benefits to Canada on free trade with the United States and with Mexico are abundantly clear, and I very much hope that we will have and continue to have more and more information on that regard that will be provided to Parliament and the committee.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Yeah, I want to congratulate my colleague on admitting that the treaty protects steel more than aluminum. Now, if there are solutions that don't mean actually modifying the agreement but protecting aluminum, I mean, does my colleague think that his government should try to find that solution rather than waiting a number of years? Because it could be done now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his question. I listened to the Deputy Prime Minister responding to the Bloc leader, and she said that she was open to all and any proposals. Knowing the Deputy Prime Minister, I can say that she is a woman who is true to her word, and so I'm sure that we'll be able to work together to improve things.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to rise today and speak to this very important issue for the Canadian economy, for Canadian foreign policy, and I know it's one that's important to my constituents. We're discussing the new NAFTA, and I think it's important to be clear at the outset that our Conservative Party, are very supportive of free trade. We are the party of free trade, and it's important to review a little bit how we got here. But before I do that, I'll underline our commitment to the importance of free trade, in particular in North America, and that our party wants to see that happen, and indeed wants to ensure that it happens in a way that is in the best interest of Canada. If you go back a few decades to around the time I was born, some people in this House will remember the free trade election in 1988, in which it was very much a live issue of whether or not free trade with the United States was good for Canada. There were people, in fact, the Liberal Party's position, the NDP position, was that this would lead to a hollowing out of Canada completely, that basically the effect of this was, I think as John Turner said at the time, to make Canada a colony of the United States. But I'm pleased to say that our party, like on many other issues, was on the right side of history and has been able to prevail in that cause, and now get to a point where there is a much greater, not maybe a universal consensus, but a much greater consensus about the importance of free trade. But even as much as you hear more verbal acquiescence to the idea that free trade is good for Canada from Liberal politicians and others, it's very clear if you look at the record that even today Conservatives have pursued trade relations with other countries with a great deal more enthusiasm and vigor. During the time of the Stephen Harper government, we moved forward. We signed trade deals with countries representing over 60% of the world's GDP, things like the Trans-Pacific Partnership deal, the Canada-EU free trade agreement, and we were pursuing trade negotiations with a variety of other individual countries and blocs that were a bit smaller but still very important. And the government's celebrated achievements in the last Parliament around trade were really sort of crossing T's and dotting I's on agreements that were negotiated under Conservatives. And of course, we applauded the fact that they did not stop the progress that was happening. But as you can see, even today, the vigor with which Conservatives support free trade and pursue free trade deals is much greater. And that's because we understand that voluntary exchange between free peoples is the basis for prosperity here and around the world. And that voluntary exchange in a context where it is between free peoples, where it benefits Canadian workers as it does, there is no reason for the government to get in the way of people's ability to engage in commerce across international borders. And we have in front of us a situation dealing now with NAFTA. And what happened, of course, going back for the context is that we had the election of an American president who said he wanted to renegotiate NAFTA. And he took some positions that were very far out of step with what Canadians wanted, which would have been in Canada's interest. And the government has now claimed as victories the fact that they did not make all of the concessions that were asked for. They say, well, we could have lost this, we could have lost this, and so forth. But we didn't lose things we could have lost. Well, hopefully. I mean, hopefully the negotiation was never, okay, you can have exactly what you want. But it's a certainty, and it's clear in the deal, it's clear in the outcome we have, that the government took the existing position we had, negotiated with the positions proposed, and we ended up with something in between, something that still lost ground for Canada in terms of our interest. And the government has argued, although perhaps not explicitly, they've tried to send the message, well, that was inevitable, right? Like maybe they don't say it directly, but it's a difficult context, they say, and given the context, well, this was just the best we could do. But there were various strategic decisions made at the political level that I think didn't help. I think the government could have, at the outset, put the emphasis on Canadian jobs, on Canadian workers, could have been clearer earlier in articulating the specific focus of Canada's interest, rather than putting the focus on sort of more symbolic issues. I think also the government could have they could have avoided being directly, unnecessarily antagonistic. Now, I, of course, disagree with policies of other governments from time to time, and I'm not someone who's shy about expressing them, including in this chamber. But I think the government could have done a better job in trying to miss those opportunities to goad the other side and to make themselves the issue instead of making Canadian workers an opportunity for them the issue. So we now have this deal in front of us. I think it could have been much better, but on the other hand, we have to take it as it is. But I will say for the government as well, when we're negotiating deals in a minority parliament, I think we see an example of this happening in other countries around NAFTA, where the president will, and indeed the system requires that he engage actively with congressional leaders around the details of the deal. And we have right now a minority parliament where the government actually didn't get the most votes in the last election. They got about a third of the votes. They got fewer votes than the Conservative Party did. And the responsible way to negotiate deals, to pursue these kinds of things in the context of a minority parliament, is to have opposition shadow ministers, members, directly involved all the way along and given the opportunity to be actively there, proposing ideas, rather than just saying, well, we're going to brief you after the fact. As it happens, Conservative members were very involved in advancing the national interest. We're spending time in the United States advancing the relationship, defending Canadian-American trade, talking about the importance of these things. But we were not being briefed. We're still not being briefed and engaged in those conversations in the way and to the degree that would be considered automatic in the vast majority of democratic legislators around the world. So I would ask the government to work to do better on that. If they want to ensure the success of these kinds of agreements in a minority parliament, they need to understand that the opposition has a responsibility to scrutinize them in the national interest, and in particular in the interest of Canadian workers. Now, Madam Speaker, I did want to say as well that in the context of trade, we need to reflect on our national competitiveness. Because in an environment where we're trading internationally, frankly, inevitably, we have to consider the competitiveness of our economy in relation to other countries. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Teck Mine project in my province of Alberta is very, very important. We need to ensure economic development. We need to ensure that Alberta is able to develop its natural resource sector. The Teck Resources Limited project, $20.7 billion project, could be producing 260,000 barrels of crude oil per day. This would be very good for the Canadian economy. This would be very good for our competitiveness, would be very good for jobs and opportunity in Alberta. And I want to clearly on the record express my strong support for this project. But we have mixed messages and dithering on this from the government. We had the Environment Minister saying, well, Cabinet can make a decision to approve it, to reject it, or make a decision to delay it. Indeed, they've implied that they might make that decision contingent on certain policy actions at other levels of government. The reality is that this project has already been through a rigorous assessment, and it's a project that is good for the Canadian economy. And I think is consistent with our environmental commitments insofar as the world will continue to use oil, and we should create incentives for the developments of new technologies to improve our environmental performance. But in that context, and recognizing as well strong support from Indigenous communities for this project, I hope the government supports it. This is one of many examples of issues that are important for our national economy, important for ensuring our competitiveness, and I hope the government will take my support for the project and that of other members, and certainly the whole Conservative caucus, into consideration as they move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me. I want to also thank my colleague for his speech. Well delivered, well thought out, and I agree with him, of course, on practically 95% of it. But in a minority parliament, God forbid, I actually dwell on the 5%. So let's take a look at the 95% that I agree with. One of the issues that I've dealt with over the years, because I've been involved with the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association, and we've been through the CETA negotiations with EU. One of the most contentious items would be, of course, the dispute settlement, which I believe a country of our size, I mean, let's be honest, a country of our size, we can punch way above our weight when it comes to international agreements on free trade and many other multilateral agreements. I want to get his comments on the importance of a dispute settlement such as this, in this agreement, as well as CETA, in order for us to go one step above in a small nation such as this one.
I remember for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate knowing that he agrees with 95% of what I said, and we would love to have him over here anytime, Madam Speaker. Now, I would just maybe like to respond to his points about investor-state dispute settlement. I do think, and I know there are some colleagues in this House who don't agree, but I think if you're going to sign an agreement, then there has to be a mechanism for dispute settlement that in some cases allows you to go beyond simply the national courts. If a Canadian company is investing in Mexico and there are terms of the trade agreement which say they're able to make that investment and they should be treated on an equal footing with local companies, and then that isn't happening, they should have legal remedies that, if necessary, go beyond simply the local courts. I think, unfortunately, though, in this particular deal, we were set back in terms of investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. Chapter 11 of the old NAFTA dealt with this, and we just don't have the kind of protections for Canadian. Of course, these provisions protect American and Mexican companies investing in Canada, and that shouldn't bother us as a rule of law country. It makes us more vulnerable, makes Canadian companies more vulnerable when making investments in other countries, particularly perhaps if there are situations in Mexico where Canadian companies would be adversely affected. So I believe in these.
I just want to remind the member that the other questions need to be posed as well, so just keep the questions and comments short. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I'm pleased to see that he grasped Chapter 11. Unfortunately, and I certainly am thrilled that it's no longer in NAFTA 2.0 or CUSMA, whatever we're calling it. The experience, and in theory, I can hear what the member is saying, that it would have protected Canadian companies against unfairness from U.S. governments. But our history, and we have a track record here and a history that is empirical, Canadian companies bringing these Chapter 11 cases in the U.S. virtually always lost. U.S. companies, on the other hand, whether Ethel Corp of Richmond, Virginia, or S.D. Myers of Ohio, or Abitibi Bowwaters, or Bilcon, I could go on, brought charges against Canada and succeeded in cases that were fundamentally anti-democratic and against what Parliament had decided was best for Canada. I cheer the removal of Chapter 11 from NAFTA.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. We probably agree a little less than I would with the previous questioner. But it's not just a matter of opinion, it is a matter of numbers. So let me share the numbers with the member in terms of ISDS cases that have been settled or decided. Canada has lost 8 and won 9, so we're above 500. And in total, Canada has paid out about $219 million in damage and settlement and has spent about $95 million in legal costs defending against ISDS claims. That's during the period in which NAFTA was in place. And I would compare those relatively small numbers to the $406.1 billion in foreign direct investment from the U.S. Into Canada today. So having a mechanism that protects Canadian companies making investments, we're winning more than we're losing. We're benefiting far more than it's costing. And look, this is a reality of a rule of law country that companies can sue the government in cases where agreements haven't been followed. That's part of a...
Unfortunately, the time is up. I did try to allow for a little bit more time. The honourable member for resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise in the House today for my first official speech. As a member from Brampton East, thank you. As the member from Brampton East, I'd like to take this opportunity to first thank my constituents for putting their trust in me to represent their interest here in Ottawa. I'd also like to thank my family, especially my wife Jo and 2 daughters, Ava and Maya. Having spent the last 11 years working as an international trade consultant with businesses from coast to coast to coast, I am grateful to have the opportunity today to speak on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States, and the United Mexican States. And what I know is this trade agreement will give businesses the stability to keep trading and investing in good middle-class jobs here in Canada. With over $2 billion in trade per day and the countless integrated supply chains with our neighbors to the south, it is clear that Canadian businesses rely on a dependable and stable trade relationship with our friends in the U.S. and Mexico. In my riding of Brampton East, trade has an enormous impact on families. The trade corridor in my riding brings stability to many Canadians. It gives them good-paying jobs and the ability to provide for their families. Many businesses rely on an open trade agreement with the U.S., and I've seen that firsthand. In Brampton, the transportation industry, especially the trucking industry, relies heavily on trade with the U.S. This trade deal will give businesses the stability they need to further invest in their ventures and continue to create new middle-class jobs. The new NAFTA will continue to give Canadian businesses favorable access to almost 500 million consumers. This agreement was a robust, collaborative effort that sought the perspectives and opinions from over 47,000 Canadians to ensure their views were considered at the negotiation table. We also spoke to over 1,300 stakeholders, including small businesses, Indigenous groups, female entrepreneurs, academics, and youth. Thanks to Canadians who shared their views, we went into these negotiations prepared, and in the end, we got a good deal for middle-class families and for our country. This trade deal will bring new opportunities, security, and market access for many Canadian industries. This new progressive trade deal brings forth a great opportunity for growth and expansion in Canada's automotive sector. More robust rules of origin for the auto sector will help to keep the benefits of the agreement in North America and level the playing field for Canada's high-wage workers. This new agreement has the potential to generate increased automotive production in North America, including Canada. Additionally, this agreement creates sourcing opportunities for many Canadian parts producers. The strength of Canada's highly skilled workforce and our workers' ability to produce high-quality vehicles has always given the Canadian automotive sector an advantage. For auto workers in Ontario, this new deal preserves crucial cross-border auto supply chains. It provides an incentive to produce vehicles in Canada and significantly improves labor rights for Mexican workers, which helps level the playing field for Canadian workers. As Jerry Diaz of Unifor has said, this is a much better deal than the deal that was signed 24 years ago. Throughout the negotiations for the new NAFTA, Canada fought hard to lift the U.S. tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, and we succeeded. Canada is now the only major producer of aluminum in the world that is not subject to U.S. tariffs, and this is great news for Canadians. This success is the cumulative result of our firm and measured response, including $2 billion in support for Canadian workers and companies, and hundreds of interactions with U.S. officials. The new NAFTA is in the interest of steel and aluminum producers across Canada. Gene Shimmer, the president and CEO of the Aluminum Association, even said that we think that the USMCA is the right way to go. Catherine Cobden, president of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, has said that the implementation of CUSMA is critical to strengthening the competitiveness of Canadian and North American steel industries and ensuring market access in the face of persistent global trade challenges and uncertainty. Let's set the record straight. This modernized agreement has secured key benefits and key access for many generations to come, and CUSMA is something that all Canadians should especially be proud of. The new NAFTA will preserve existing agriculture commitments between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, and help bring together an already integrated North American industry. We fought hard to secure many beneficial outcomes for agriculture, including new market access in the form of tariff-free quotas for refined sugar, sugar-containing products, and certain dairy products, established a modernized Committee on Agriculture Trade which will address issues and trade barriers, and provide obligations for agriculture biotechnology that will promote innovation, transparency, and predictability. Over 50% of all Canada's food exports are destined to the United States. That's why the new NAFTA is so important. It ensures that our farmers and producers can continue to have access they need to sell their goods across the border so that they can continue to help grow the Canadian economy. Leading into the trade deal talks, U.S. summary of objectives for NAFTA renegotiations focused on one key priority of eliminating remaining Canadian tariffs on imports of U.S. dairy, poultry, and egg products. Through our firm approach, the negotiations, Canada preserved it for future generations, just as we are delivering on our commitment to fully and fairly compensate for the impacts of the other trade agreements like CETA and CPTPP for our dairy, poultry, and egg producers and processors. We will do the exact same once CUSMA is fully ratified. Fundamentally, the ratification of CUSMA is good news for the hundreds of thousands of jobs in the agriculture sector that depend on continued tariff-free access to our largest trading partner. Canada's status on the national stage is a nonpartisan issue. Canada's success benefits all of us, some way or another. Premier Moe of Saskatchewan has expressed his support for the new NAFTA, having said that a signed USMCA trade deal is good news for Saskatchewan and Canada. Premier Jason Kenney of Alberta has said that he is relieved that a renewed North American trade agreement has been concluded. Premier Legault of Quebec, who knows how important this trade deal is for Quebec and Canada, has said, "I think that the Bloc Québécois must defend the interests of Le Québécois, and it is in the interest of Le Québécois that the agreement is ratified and adopted." From farmers in Alberta and auto workers in Windsor to aluminum producers in Quebec and entrepreneurs in St. John's, Brampton, and Vancouver, the new NAFTA will benefit Canadians from every corner of the country. Throughout the entire process of NAFTA negotiations, Canada's key objective remained the same: ensure our new deal secures benefits for every Canadian. I'm proud to see that this objective was fully achieved. Through the full ratification of this new trade agreement, I am confident that Canada's strategic objectives will be further advanced through a united approach to managing and maintaining our economic relationships with two of our key most allies. While my speech has featured just some of the key successes of the new NAFTA, I'd like to also point out other notable revised outcomes of CUSMA on areas such as environment, energy, culture, Indigenous peoples, and gender equity. In every aspect, we got a good deal for our country, which means we got a good deal for all Canadians. Canadian parliamentarians of every political stripe must understand that politics aside, the interest of Canadians come first, last, and always. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his first speech of the House of Commons, but we shouldn't take for granted all the documents were sent from the Liberal Party when we make a first speech. We have to underscore certain figures, notably when he talks about dairy producers and poultry producers will be fully compensated for the losses and concessions that were made. But we haven't heard about what these figures are. There's no answers yet. We're waiting to hear what the rest of the program will be. Is the member not aware that others are still waiting to hear from about these figures?
While we respect the dairy and poultry industry, our position is to negotiate for Canadians and Canadians across Canada. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member, for your question, because your questions are very important to me. The new NAFTA is incredibly important for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including the dairy and poultry section. I've talked to numerous businesses across Canada, and some of them are farmers from Alberta and Saskatchewan, while others are tech entrepreneurs from Vancouver, and they told me they rely heavily on this trade agreement. I myself, over the last 11 years, have worked as an international trade consultant across many different industries, and everyone is for this NAFTA. So thank you for your question.
You want to remind the member that he's to address the responses to the Speaker of the House and not to individual members. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. Or Hamilton Mountain, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague across the aisle there for his statements. One of the things I'm concerned about is when the first agreement was made, it was such a great agreement that the minister said that she did not want to renegotiate it and didn't want to open it back up because it was very naive of the NDP party asking us to do that and be opening up Pandora's box. But now the Democrats in the United States reopened it, and apparently we got a better deal than our first best deal. So I'd like to ask them, what is the best of the best? Is the first one the best, or is the second one the best, and is there a third best?
Honourable Member for Brampton East.
I'd like to thank the member across the aisle for the question. Madam Speaker, 75% of our trade is with our partners to the south. And we know this is a great deal for Canadians. You know, it's an honor to stand here and talk about this deal. I know the member across the aisle is from Hamilton. The auto sector has a huge part in this new agreement. The new rules of origin level the playing field for Canada's high-wage workers. We signed a signed letter on November 30th, which has already entered into force. It's a gold-plated insurance policy against possible 232 tariffs on cars and car parts. The insurance policy is something that is strongly supported by our auto industry. Canada is the only G7 country with that protection. The bottom line is that this is a good deal for Canada and for Canadian workers. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I was wondering, what does he think about the delegation from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean who came here to Ottawa this week to express their concerns and to unveil the results of the Performance Strategy Group from 2029 to Quebec about the non-inclusion of a similar definition in the amendment protocol?
The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. I wish I can respond in French, but I'm working on that right now. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that you know, this is a great deal for Canadians and for people of Quebec. The respected Premier of Quebec has clearly stated, who I'd like to mention has one of the highest approval ratings across the country as a Premier. You know, the Bloc Québécois must defend the interest of Le Québécois, and it is the interest of Le Québécois that the agreement is ratified and adopted. You know, NAFTA, the trade between NAFTA, Quebec, and USA is $57 billion. It preserves the culture exemptions and preserves supply management when the U.S. was calling for its complete dismantlement. When the new NAFTA is ratified, we will have a guarantee that 70% of the aluminum contained in a car built under NAFTA must come from North America. At the moment, 0% of aluminum in NAFTA must come from North America. In my book, 70% is better than zero, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about NAFTA, but first I would like to just thank the Honourable Speaker for an opportunity of a lifetime earlier, having sat in the chair with some of the biggest and most important people in Canadian history. We are the party of free trade, the Conservative Party. There can be absolutely no doubt about that. Our party is responsible for negotiating some of the biggest, the largest, and the most important trade agreements in Canadian history. And the importance of that cannot be underscored too much. Our economy today is greatly reliant on the great work of previous Prime Ministers from the Conservative Party. And indeed, we benefit from that today in our daily lives and in our productivity, our wages. And so, because of the importance of free trade, I will signal today that it is my intention to support the NAFTA Point 7. However, it's not without deep reservations that I do so, as this new NAFTA, as the NAFTA Point 7, will have significant impacts on the aluminum industry, the forestry industry, and an industry that's very important to my own riding, the dairy and supply managed sectors. And I should also mention that I think national unity should be a key issue that we discuss about in every debate. And I think it's incumbent on members of other provinces to reach across. And so, as a member from Ontario, I think I have to acknowledge and tell the members from Quebec, our brothers and sisters from Quebec, that I believe this agreement has an unfair and disproportionate impact on Quebec. Much of the 2019 discourse focuses around a little company called SNC-Lavalin. SNC-Lavalin and the Prime Minister's decision to direct his Attorney General to act on a deferred prosecution had a significant impact on Canada. Of course, Canada is seen as across the world as a beacon of virtue, of honor, of light across this world. And unfortunately, that beacon dimmed a little bit with the Prime Minister's actions. In the Ethics Commissioner's report, it was found that the Prime Minister's attempts to influence his Attorney General breached the Conflict of Interest Act. The Prime Minister, acknowledging while mistakes were made, he stood up and said he would not accept full responsibility, saying he will always stand up for Quebec jobs. That statement is very troubling to me because it means almost limitless actions to protect maybe one job in Quebec. Is he willing to put in peril the rule of law, one of our most sacrosanct principles, just to protect one job in Quebec? Apparently so. And also the reality of that statement, it was found to be untrue because the CEO of SNC-Lavalin came out and said there weren't actually Canadian jobs at stake with respect to the deferred prosecution agreement. I believe that the final bit of any credibility left of that statement, that the Prime Minister will stand up for jobs in Quebec, fell apart with the signature of signing NAFTA Point 7. NAFTA Point 7, to be clear, is a worse deal for Canadians. The pain of this diminished deal, as I've said, is disproportionately felt by rural Canada and by Quebec. The dairy industry is an incredibly important part of the economy of Northumberland, Peterborough South. There are 66 dairy farms in my riding. They contribute over 34 million litres of milk to our community. And I've been told over and over, most recently at a debate actually during the election, by a farmer who said to me, you know what, I'm not going to ask you for anything, Philip. Just stop. Just stop going to the negotiation bar and bartering our livelihood, our futures as the first bargaining chip that goes down. We're more than that. We're more important than that, and they deserve better treatment than that. Quebec's dairy industry is also extremely significant. There are nearly 8,000 dairy farms with averaging 55 cows per farm. 3 billion of liters of milk produced, which accounts for about 30% of Quebec's total agriculture production. NAFTA Point 7 will do significant damage to the dairy industry by reducing the market by nearly 4%. We lost that production without receiving any equivalent compensation from the United States. And that's because it's difficult for our producers to get into the U.S. and European markets. Those markets, for those of you who are not aware, I'm sure many of you are aware, are barred by tariff and non-tariff barriers. One great example of that is the U.S. pasteurization standard. Due to technicalities in the markets, it's nearly impossible for Canadian producers to hit that. However, our milk is safe. Madam Speaker, it is perhaps the safest in the world. And the only reason to apply that standard on our producers is to block entry into their markets. Why could we not have made progress on that important issue? Perhaps just as significant as the reduction in quota, the reduction in market size, is the elimination of Class 6 and 7. The milk, that comes from our wonderful, beautiful cows, it comes as a number of different products. It is breakable into cream and into fat and to skim. The reality is that the market is limited for skim milk, and classes 6 and 7 allow that skim milk to be sold competitively. In the absence of that classes 6 and 7, that skim product now becomes unsaleable, unmarketable, and could be a wasted byproduct, both adding to the cost and perhaps even limiting the market. This is not a good deal for the folks who are in the dairy industry. It's not a good deal for our dairy producers from coast to coast to coast to coast. And so when we look across the nation, we could have gotten a better deal. But it's not just me saying it's not a good deal for our dairy. Bruno Latundra, head of Quebec Milk Producers Association, said, "This agreement is a bad one for Canadian milk industry." And he said that our Prime Minister negotiated on his knees, and I'm being generous, was an exact quote. There simply can be no question that the dairy industry, that the supply management sectors have been damaged. And I might say the supply management has been great for the Canadian economy. It has been great for the Canadian consumer. We have amazing milk in Canada, and it's amongst the safest in the world. So I was shocked. I was shocked when a Liberal member across the way earlier today talked about that supply management was not a good system for our consumers. That is completely untrue and objectively false. And so when we look at this and we acknowledge that there has been something taken away from supply management, that's clear. The government has signaled that because they've signaled the fact that they will have a compensation package. But you know what? When I'm talking to our farmers, when I'm talking to folks around, they don't want another government handout. What they want is to be left alone, so they don't live in fear that the next time a Liberal negotiator walks up to a free trade, the first bargain chip they put up on that board is, in fact, the farmers of our country. It's not right and it's not fair. Switching gears to the other side is the impact of the aluminum. Now, I have to say, the government has done an extremely poor job in communicating this. And instead of engaging us as the opposition, as partners, they've attempted to gloss over it, sell over it. So I'm going to be forthright with the members. The aluminum protection, it is better than because there wasn't one before. But they also have to acknowledge, to be fair, that provision, that protection is undermined, if not completely undermined, by the fact that aluminum does not have to be melted or poured in North America. And so I was pleased to hear during the conversation from the members from the other side of an acknowledgement of that. But they should have done that from the front instead of trying to sell over their issues. My ask of the government is that in future communications with opposition parties, that they simply acknowledge the losses, the issues, rather than attempting to sell over them. The intellectual dishonesty of selling too hard leads to distrust, which is never useful, but particularly in a minority parliament. Further, I ask that the government be transparent and answer the following questions. What will the economic impact of NAFTA Point 7 be? They have the numbers, please share. What are the details of the dairy compensation package? How many millions of dollars will the dairy industry lose as a result of this deal? What is the potential exposure of the aluminum market to foreign dumping? Why was the aluminum industry not afforded the same protection as steel? And if it had, what would have been the economic benefit? This deal, beyond a shadow of a doubt, shows that the Liberals will not stand up for jobs in Quebec when it means doing the hard jobs of negotiating with President Trump, and will only do so, and only act as if they will do so when it's politically expedient to do so.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way. And you know, speaking with the dairy producers of Canada and also the dairy processors of Canada, who have been working on a Committee of Agricultural Trade to look at impacts, look at things like he's addressing, Madam Speaker, in terms of economic impact and mitigation and compensation strategies going forward. So we're very deeply involved with the dairy industry to make sure that we do what we can to protect them. What they've said to me, Madam Speaker, maybe to the member across the way, the importance of labeling Canadian dairy products as clearly being produced in Canada so Canadian consumers can make the right decisions. Would the honourable member agree that if Canadians knew it was Canadian milk, they'd buy Canadian?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for the questions and the comment. I think certainly, I think it's fair to say that Canadians want to support Canadian business, and that we continue to support the supply management sector. And you know what? I look forward to having further discussions. These are the type of discussions that we need to have across the aisle. We want to be brought into these negotiations. It's been said that Conservatives can even be useful at times, and we would love to hear those discussions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member down the way for his remarks. It's clear that one of the biggest losers in the CUSMA agreement is the supply-managed dairy sector, a sector that's very important to my riding of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. And one of the things I'm a little bit confused by is in his remarks, he talked about his support for the supply-managed dairy sector, and I'm trying to reconcile this with the past attacks from his party on that very same sector, and perhaps he could elaborate on that.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I believe the leader of the official opposition in our party has been very clear in our support for supply management, and we will continue to do so, and I'm here every day to represent the farmers of Northumberland, Peterborough South, and the farmers of Quebec who produce the best milk in the world.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to think that Manitoba might share in some of that best product in the world. But I want to give assurances to my colleague across the way that the government has been a very strong advocate for supply management, and nothing has changed. We've seen that advocacy, whether it's in this particular trade agreement, the CETA agreement, the Trans-Pacific Agreement. It is something in which we recognize as important, not only for Canadians, but specifically industry reps such as our dairy farmers and others. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts just on how important it is that collectively as a House of Commons, we make a very strong and powerful statement that we are there to support supply management.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. And to be clear, I think all Canadians produce the best milk in Canada, including the great province of Manitoba. I'd also like to thank in a spirit of good, honest humor here, for his way he rails against brevity. We certainly appreciate that. I've learned a lot as a new member. And yes, I think we should all stand together. And that's what I'm really asking for, is that as we go forward as a minority parliament, so that we can work together for all Canadians, I look forward to working to the wonderful members on the other side to hear all about their great ideas in the various committees, and we do the best we can for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. He knows his file very well. He's familiar with the dairy sector. He will be happy to learn that the members opposite are not in a position to block the studies that we have asked for because it's a minority parliament when we ask about costing and whatnot. And so we'll see some collaboration, and as a result, we'll be able to ask for studies on consultations, and they'll provide them with us. To us.
Perfect. Thank you. I look forward to seeing the studies, and once again, I look forward to a wonderful spirit of collaboration.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here today to talk about the new North American Free Trade Agreement. And whether you call it NAFTA 2.0, USMCA, or CUSMA, this agreement is a testament to the hard work of Canadians from across the political spectrum, from business to agriculture to labor, who came together to put Canada first and present a united front, a Team Canada, to reach an agreement that preserves access to our most important export markets and the millions of jobs that rely on that access. During these negotiations, over 47,000 Canadians shared their views with the negotiating team, including over 1,300 stakeholders representing, including small businesses, Indigenous groups, women entrepreneurs, academics, and youth. A non-partisan advisory council included former Conservative ministers Rona Ambrose and James Moore, NDP strategist Brian Topp, and leaders from labour and industry. Their advice and perspective helped make this agreement possible. I would like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister for her leadership and determination to pull this deal off. Under challenging circumstances, she got an agreement that not only preserves our market access, but makes real forward progress in areas such as protection for women's rights and minority rights, and the strongest ever labour and environmental chapters. Free and fair trade helps to support the quality middle-class jobs that support families in communities across the country. My community of Scarborough has a strong industrial base that relies on access to global paths, and particularly the North American market. The economies of Canada, the United States, and Mexico have become so integrated that before a product is complete, it could move across the border several times. Falcon Fasteners is a Scarborough company that sells a wide range of plated nails and brads across North America. Any type of nail you can think of, they probably make it. And they have grown from a 2% operation in 1956 to a North American leader today from their base in Scarborough. They rely both on access to the North American market and an access to affordable quality steel to make their products. This trade agreement secures that access and will allow them to continue to grow their business. Many companies in Scarborough rely on access to foreign markets. Bird Chilling Systems has provided hundreds of industrial refrigeration systems to customers in more than 50 countries. The Scarborough branch of Herox DefTech specializes in landing gear for aircraft and serves a global market. eCamion is a developer of leading-edge modular energy solutions. And the Cable Shop is an IT services and solutions company that works across borders to deliver the right technology to its clients. These are just few of the Scarborough-based companies exporting their expertise and leading-edge technology across Canada and, of course, around the world. Swift passage of this trade agreement gives them the confidence to continue to invest in and grow their business and create more quality jobs, confident they have a predictable and level playing field on which they can compete. It wasn't about getting just any deal. Madam Speaker, it was about getting a good deal. Let's talk about gender equality. For example, for the first time, this agreement includes enforceable provisions that protect women's rights and minority rights. This includes labor obligations regarding the elimination of employment discrimination based on gender. This is also the first international trade agreement that recognizes gender identity and sexual orientation as grounds for discrimination in the labor chapter. Why is gender equality so important? A McKinsey Global Institute report estimates that women's economic equality could add $150 billion to Canada's GDP by the year 2026. But women face barriers to full labor market participation, such as gender-based discrimination and lack of training. More women participation in the global economy is good for all of us. Let us talk about protecting Canada's cultural industry. Canadians are justifiably proud of our arts and cultural community. It is a $53.8 billion industry that represents over 650,000 quality jobs that support our middle-class families from coast to coast to coast. And it is not just the actors we see on the screen and the artists whose music we stream. It is the many thousands of technicians and professionals that support their work. By preserving Canada's cultural exemption, Canada has the flexibility to adopt and maintain progress and policies that support the creation, distribution, and development of Canadian artistic expression or content, including in the digital environment, and this is important in this streaming era. That's why we stood firm to protect the cultural exemption and our economic interest. Canada's cultural industries are world-class, and we all always defend our cultural sovereignty. Let us talk about protecting our environment. My constituents are deeply concerned about climate change and want to see Canada and the world doing all we can to protect our climate and our planet for our future generations. So I am pleased that the new NAFTA has an enforceable environment chapter, which replaces a separate side agreement. This chapter upholds air quality and fights marine pollution in Canada, the United States, and Mexico. Why do environment protection belong in a trade agreement? Madam Speaker, it is about a level playing field and protecting the planet by protecting workers in all three countries. We believe that commitments to high levels of environmental protections are an important part of trade agreements. Perhaps no industry in Canada is more cross-border integrated than our auto industry. Canadian auto plants assemble more than 2 million vehicles every year. The automotive sector is Canada's largest export industry, supporting over 525,000 jobs and contributing $18 billion annually to our economy. Canada is a global leader in emerging automotive technology, such as lightweight materials, advanced safety systems, software and cybersecurity, and alternate powertrains. Free trade is essential to our auto industry, and the new rules of origin in this trade agreement level the playing field for Canada's high-wage worker. Our negotiations secure a side letter that's already in force, that is gold-plated insurance policy against 232 possible tariffs on cars and car parts. Canada is the only G7 country with this protection. This is a great deal for labor, and don't just take my word for it. Madam Speaker, Jerry Dice of Unifor, one of Canada's largest unions, said, and I quote, "This is a much better deal than the deal that was signed 24 years ago," end quote. And Hassan Youssef of the Canadian Labour Congress said that this deal, and I quote, "gets it right on labour provisions, including provisions to protect workers against employment discrimination on the basis of gender," end quote. And it is not just labour. Business is on board as well. The Business Council of Canada said, quote, "We applaud the government's success in negotiating a comprehensive and high standard agreement on North American trade, end quote. Saskatchewan Premier Moe called this trade deal good news for Saskatchewan and Canada. And Premier Kenney of Alberta said he was relieved that a renewed NAFTA has been concluded. Madam Speaker, the renewed NAFTA defends Canada's farmers. It offers new protections for our auto sector. It protects our culture, and it sets out new labor standards for gender and minority rights and environmental protections. Let us have a robust debate. Let's implement this trade agreement, and let's keep Canada's economy growing. This is a progressive trade agreement that will benefit our economy for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. While I'll agree there's a few things that are better than the last agreement, and I'll admit that. However, I'm concerned about the sovereignty. In Clause 32 states if Canada begins negotiations on a trade deal with any non-market economy, such as China, we must notify the U.S., submit the text of any deal, and get permission to continue those negotiations. And if the U.S. disapproves, they can exclude Canada from CUSMA. So I'm asking, does that work in reverse? The United States has to come to Canada, and they have to get our permission? And if not, why not?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable member for his question. Canada has negotiated hard over the last 1 year for a modernized trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, and we do recognize that it was important to get a deal that's good for Canadian workers, good for Canadian businesses, and good for Canadian communities across Canada. And I hope we can work together to make sure that we can ratify this as soon as possible.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm loath to admit it, but I find myself in agreement with my NDP colleague. He asked why there is a provision in this trade deal that allows the Americans to effectively veto Canadian engagement in negotiations with other countries, why that's there, why we would cede our sovereignty in that way, and if there's a parallel provision giving Canada the same power to veto American engagement in these kinds of negotiations. My colleague who gave the speech did not answer the question from the NDP, so I'll just ask the same question again. Why would we cede our sovereignty in this way, and does the same apply to the Americans as applies to us?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. We have worked very hard, and it is important for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, that we have a robust debate here and ratify this CUSMA agreement to make sure that our we can protect our Canadian jobs and our business community has the assurance that they can have free trade with their major trade partners, USA and Mexico.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member, for Châteauguay-Lacole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and I was very interested when she spoke about the cultural exemption that we were able to attain in the new NAFTA, and I'd like to ask her what indeed would have been the risk to our cultural industry if we had not gotten that exemption, and what it means for our cultural industry. In my riding and in Quebec, we have very many important producers, film directors, artists, musicians, and it represents 75,000 jobs alone in the province of Quebec.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I know we have always stood up for our cultural industries because it means protecting a $53.8 billion industry representing almost 650,000 quality jobs for middle-class Canadians and including 75,000 jobs in Quebec alone. So we stood firm to protect cultural exemption and our economic interest during our renegotiations of the new NAFTA. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, it's the first time in this Parliament that I'll be speaking during debate. So I want to warmly thank the voters of Manicouagan for having re-elected me with a solid margin. I also want to thank my team, including my family, my 3 children, the people who have been working with me, serving the North Shore with integrity and energy and a determination to move Quebec forward. So it's with deep respect, but also conviction and determination, that I will carry out all of the fights on their behalf. Today we're debating a bill that has the potential to substantially influence the Quebec economy for the next decade or even decades. C4 will have a major impact on Quebec, particularly because of the high volume of Quebec exports to the U.S. For over 3 centuries, we've been trading with the U.S. Very often, we've had positive trade with them that has developed Quebec's economy. In fact, around 70% of our exports go to our neighbor to the south. Around 10% of all of our world exports go to the state of New York alone, or even Kentucky, where there are 4 million inhabitants. So the importance of free trade to Quebec is clear, and I think that it's the responsibility of every member in this House to take the time to very carefully study all the details of the deal and to ensure that any victims of the agreement will have compensation, and also so that we get answers about how the bill will impact those sectors. It only makes sense to try to have a frank and comprehensive debate about this. We can't skip over a serious, legitimate debate about the negative impacts that C4 could have on Quebec and its regions, and also the impacts that it will have in terms of stability and environmental laws, for example. To do otherwise would show a lack of respect for aluminum workers and dairy farmers. I particularly want to talk about aluminum workers, not only because there are 2 aluminum factories in my riding, but also because I myself can see the impact that this is having on my constituents. We want to talk about aluminum because it's a crucial economic sector for Quebec. The economic flourishing of the entire North Shore depends on good jobs, and CUSMA, in its current form, would compromise no less than 70,000 jobs in the aluminum sector. I'm sure you'll agree, Madam Speaker, that it's hard to ensure economic development in Quebec without even studying or giving serious study to a bill that has the potential to seriously compromise 6 major projects, aluminum projects in Quebec. We're talking about investments worth over $6 billion. An impact assessment showed that those investments could generate another $16 billion between 2020 and 2029. So we're talking about a potential $16 billion that Quebec might be deprived of over the next decade if those projects don't go forward. Madam Speaker, the only reason that those investments are under threat in Quebec is that the federal government didn't consider the interests of Quebec when it signed CUSMA. Maybe the government doesn't realize how important regional development is. Though the Prime Minister says he got guarantees that 70% of automotive components, aluminum automotive components, would have to come from North America, nonetheless, he forgot to require that the aluminum from which those parts are made should also come from North America. He's throwing these numbers around, but they're actually quite misleading. So the Prime Minister is actually leaving the door open to aluminum imports from China. And this has been officially called dumping. CUSMA allows China to dump aluminum onto the North American market despite anti-dumping laws. All it has to do is go through Mexico for processing in order to get around the protections that were put in place. In other words, we may end up with automotive parts that are supposedly North American, but are actually made with aluminum from China. So if we want free trade to really benefit everyone, we need to make sure that unfair practices like dumping are prevented. Having Chinese aluminum in these quote-unquote North American parts is an insult to the expertise of aluminum workers in Quebec, particularly because the aluminum that we make here in Quebec is the greenest in the world. So aluminum from China is clearly not equivalent to aluminum from Quebec. We produce aluminum with 77% fewer greenhouse gases, and even though the government is actively working to close down coal plants, they're actually encouraging Chinese aluminum. If the government should give the same protections to aluminum as to steel. And that's not purely an economic decision, it's also a political decision. If the government had given some consideration to Quebec's interests, to its workers and its regions, it never would have agreed to all of the concessions under the current deal. If the Prime Minister's team is really going to stand up for Quebecers, they'll need to defend Quebec with the same energy that they defended steel in Ontario. The Bloc Québécois doesn't want any more compromises made on this deal, and they don't want those compromises to hurt the Quebec economy. That's why, even if the Bloc Québécois is in favor of free trade, we cannot support Bill C-4. And we certainly can't accept this unfair bill blindly. If Quebec had negotiated the agreement, it would have negotiated in favor of its own interests, and it never would have compromised such an important sector. This is a question of my riding and the voters in my riding, and so I can't sacrifice them simply in favor of the economic interests of Ontario. The Bloc Québécois is the only party that is fully defending Quebecers' interests. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the disappointing aspects of CUSMA is that it doesn't mention the Paris Agreement. I was wondering if there are any enforceable provisions when it comes to environmental protections, and whether such provisions might have been used to protect Quebec aluminum. And I'd like to hear my honourable colleagues' thoughts on those issues. The honourable member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague across the way for his question. Indeed, if a government decides to respect the Paris targets, that government should try and enforce that in trade deals like CUSMA. And it should ensure that the provisions of the deal allow it to meet those targets. So I completely agree with my colleague. I think that should have been included, and perhaps in that way, aluminum could have been better protected, and that could have helped meet our targets. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the concerns as expressed from my colleague across the way. One of the concerns, no doubt, across Canada is just when it is that we can anticipate the agreement in itself or the legislation in itself pass. There seems to be a wide spectrum of support, including from the different premiers. premiers in the different provinces, which would include the premier of the province of Quebec. And I'm wondering if she feels that there is any opportunity for the bloc maybe to have some discussions with some of the other stakeholders, including the premier of Quebec, to see if in fact there might be some more common ground that would see us all support this agreement.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, you know, the Bloc Québécois is a party of integrity. We were just talking about the Paris Agreement, and I would like to see the party across the way, the government party, show the same enthusiasm when it comes to our deadlines for meeting the Paris targets. On the one hand, they seem in a rush to pass this legislation, but at the same time, they don't have the same sense of urgency when it comes to the Paris targets. Now, in terms of talking about Mr. Legault, well, I hope that we can put that in context and put what he said in context, because he himself said that he was displeased with the impact on aluminum workers. So I'm sure that the Quebec Premier doesn't want to see those sectors harmed and would be happy to see us find solutions to protect aluminum and our aluminum workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit an aluminum factory in my colleague's riding, and I can tell her that indeed aluminum is very important for Quebec. I also talked to the member for Lac-Saint-Jean and the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who's also very invested in the aluminum sector. Now, I think it's a bit much to say that the Bloc Québécois is the only party that defends aluminum workers. I'd like my colleague to recognize the work that we are doing in our party to defend that industry, because this is where we produce the best aluminum in the world. The Honourable Member. Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question. This allows me to say that I could mention the work that the official opposition is doing with us on aluminum, because they did vote in favor when we voted against it. So I'm not really sure that that was really consistent on their part. That was the first thing I was going to say. I've forgotten the second part of your question. Oh, yes, you said it's the best aluminum in the world. Well, I would certainly agree with that. The member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord did work with us, but unfortunately he declined to go further than that.
Speaker, I do want to advise, and unfortunately I will have to cut debate off because the time will end. However, the next speaker will be able to take that up the next time this matter is before the House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak to Bill C-4 today in the House of Commons. The Canada-United States-Mexican trade deal is legislation that we're all very proud of, and I want to start by giving my compliments to the Minister for the tremendous work that she has done, and for the time, dedication, and commitment to Canada in every line, every chapter in that agreement. I'm also, Mr. Speaker, the first occasion to be able to thank the people of my riding for supporting me and electing me to the House of Commons to represent them in this mandate. I want to thank them for having the confidence in me and for supporting the agenda that we have worked together on for the people of Labrador. And I certainly want to thank the many volunteers that have worked on not just a campaign that I was involved in, but all campaigns. And we know as parliamentarians how important it is to have the support of communities and of individuals, and how valuable their work is in getting our messages out in election time. As most of you know, I come from a province that is hugely dependent upon oil and gas development. We're very proud of the industry that we have built. And we know that energy within Canada in itself is an industry in which has allowed our country to grow. It is a huge export commodity, and it is one of the pieces that have been dealt with all throughout the trade agreement with the United States and Mexico when Canada undertook those negotiations. I'm also represent a riding that is not only one of the largest producers in Canada of hydro development power, but also through our partnerships with the Quebec Hydro, we're able to see a lot of that export of power going into the United States as well. And I also represent a riding that is the largest exporter of iron ore in Canada and one of the largest exporters of nickel. So we know how important it is to have good trade agreements. We know how important it is to have strong allies and strong export markets, and how that translates into jobs at home, a stronger economy, and how it helps so many families in so many different industry sectors. So today, Madam Speaker, I believe that this is a remarkable time in Canada as we enter into this Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. And I believe that the outcomes in this agreement are good for all Canadians in every sector. I want to talk a little bit more today about the energy sector because I believe that it's one of the sectors that is critically important to both the Canadian and the North American economy. I also know that our natural resources place Canada among one of the largest energy producers in the world. And as I said, I'm very happy to represent a riding and a province that is contributing in a major way to that energy production in the world market. In 2018, Canada's energy sector directly employed more than 270,000 people in this country, and it indirectly supported over 550,000 jobs, quite substantial in terms of the employment generated through this particular sector. It included indirect activity, and it accounted for 11% of the nominal gross domestic product of the country. It was therefore important that in this agreement, the key objective of the industry had to be addressed, and the needs of the sector had to be a priority in those negotiations. Provisions that govern trade in energy goods in Canada, as well as in the other regions, are found throughout all of this agreement. It's not just in one particular chapter. They speak to this in various places throughout the entire agreement. But it speaks to a number of things. One is national treatment. The other one is market access, which we've heard a lot about with many other resource sectors. It speaks to the rules of origin for the energy sector, the customs and trade facilitation, as well as cross-border trade in both service and investment. Commitments from the original NAFTA agreement were brought forward to ensure that exports of Canadian energy products would continue and that they would continue to benefit from duty-free treatment to both the United States and Mexico, which was critical to the industry. Likewise, imports that come into Canada for energy products will continue to be duty-free as well, ensuring that importers have access to these products without extra cost of tariffs. And we know how critical that is to the survival, the stability of those investors and those resource sectors. I'm not going to expand up on each of those sections, but I do want to talk a little bit about the rules of origin and expand on it, because the CUSMA addresses a long-standing request that had been there from the Canadian industry. And that was to resolve a very technical issue that was related to the use of diluent, which is a petroleum-based liquid. It is often added to crude oil to ensure that it flows properly through pipelines. The issue had previously added upwards to $60 million a year in duties and other fees to our exporters in Canada, which served as a burden. It was felt to be unnecessary, and they had lobbied for a long time to have that removed because it was a huge cost to Canadian businesses. Under the new agreement, that particular issue around the rule of origin was able to be dealt with and was able to allow the energy sector in Canada to gain financially from that change. In addition to the provisions that govern energy that was found across the agreement, both Canada and the United States also agreed to a bilateral side letter on energy cooperation and transparency. And I'm mentioning that because the United States, as we've all said and recognized many times, is Canada's most important trading partner when it comes to energy, as it does to many other resource sectors. It also accounts for 89% of our total energy export in 2018, going directly into just the United States. That's 89% of our total export. So due to the importance and the integrated nature of this relationship, the CUSMA includes new provisions on energy regulatory measures and regulatory transparency that are tailored to our trading needs directly between Canada and the United States. So the side letter that was signed, it committed to provisions that would actually help Canadian stakeholders with more assurances and transparency with respect to the authorization process and allow them to participate in the energy sector in the United States. So both parties have agreed to publish this information now. They've agreed to an application process. They've agreed on monetary payments. They've agreed on timelines. So all of this is providing for stability in the industry. It's providing for certainty. It's giving investors the opportunity to be able to make important deals, knowing what the full scope and the full lay of the land is, and they're not open to unexpected changes. I think that this within itself was key for the industry, and one of the pieces that they have been very pleased to see negotiated directly between Canada and the United States. I know that I'm running out of time, and we have to conclude, but I'm happy to resume this debate and talk more about the energy sector and the export sector under this agreement at another time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I did hear a while ago, it's been a little while since I actually had the chair on a Friday, actually since the last election. And so we are not done at 2. Unfortunately, some people were maybe thinking they were going home early today. We're done at 2:30 today. And therefore, but the members' time actually was up. And so now it's questions and comments. So she'll have some extra time to elaborate on anything that she's said. So,
questions and comments.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks. I'm going to stick on a similar theme that we had asked to a previous Liberal speaker. We didn't get an answer. Both my colleague in the NDP and I asked the same question, which was why Canada would cede our sovereignty by allowing the American government to be able to effectively veto Canadian decisions about participation in trade agreements with other countries outside of NAFTA. This is not the kind of giving up of sovereignty that most countries would accept. And from my understanding, the deal does not involve a similar relinquishment of that sovereignty by the United States. So why does this colleague think that that's acceptable? And I'd be curious to know as well why the deal doesn't include a similar commitment from the Americans to quote-unquote consult Canadians in that context.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question because it's important to point out that one of the notable differences between the NAFTA agreement and the modernized agreement that we have now is that under this new agreement, the clause which speaks to the proportionality of energy exports is one of the things that was changed. And basically, up until now, we were obligated to provide the United States with the opportunity to maintain proportionate volumes of Canadian supply based on recent export levels. And while the provision was never invoked, it eliminated a lot of the abilities that Canada had. So under the new agreement, this reaffirms Canada's sovereignty over its energy resources and allows us to be able to do this without consent or seeking permission of the United States.
And comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I've been following the debate around the sovereignty issue, or the sub-debate on this, with a lot of interest. I've been interested in the Conservatives' position because I would agree with those who would say that the energy proportionality clause was a significant hit to Canada's sovereignty. We certainly made that case originally. It's one of the reasons why we were disappointed to hear Liberals initially say they didn't want to reopen NAFTA, and we never really heard them criticize the proportionality chapter at that time. So in both iterations of the deal, we've had a serious challenge to Canada's sovereignty. First with the proportionality clause, now with the requirement to consult China. I'm just wondering why it is that in a trade agreement that should be about tariffs and duties for the most part, Madam Speaker, we continue to have these extraneous issues that threaten Canadian sovereignty and shouldn't be in a trade deal at all. Why is it that we keep getting in agreements that really should have to do with the cost at the border of exchanging goods, provisions that threaten Canadian sovereignty?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question, and I understand the perspective in which he asked the question, but it's important to note that under the old NAFTA agreement, one of those provisions was the energy proportionality clause, and it was restrictive, and it was a concern for Canadians because it would mean that we would have to, we were obligated actually to provide the United States with the opportunity to maintain proportionate volumes of Canadian supply based on recent export levels. Not just members in this House, but others in the country, those in the energy sector, sought to ensure that that clause was changed, to ensure that those provisions would no longer exist. The minister was very effective and very firm in her negotiations to ensure that the Canada-US-Mexico agreement would reaffirm Canada's sovereignty over its energy resources and that that particular clause would no longer prevail. In my opinion, it was a huge success in modernizing this agreement, and it is a benefit, a tremendous benefit for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan's Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to start my remarks today by asserting my strong support for the principles of free trade. The original NAFTA, brought in by a Conservative government, led generations of economic growth between our three countries. This agreement is important, and I support it in principle. However, due to Liberal mismanagement, this deal is not what it could have been. It is fraught with shortcomings that will put many sectors of the Canadian economy at risk. But investment in our country depends, Madam Speaker, on certainty, and this deal provides more certainty than we have now. Under this Liberal government, business investment has stalled, driven south due to aggressive American tax cuts. Canada needs to compete, and it is clear that this government has no interest in competing on taxes after repeatedly raising them. So our economy depends on the certainty that comes with a trade deal. But this deal, like all deals, I guess, is not perfect. And if the Liberals do think that the Conservatives are simply going to rubber stamp it, Madam Speaker, they are sorely mistaken. Many of my colleagues have been highlighting the deficiencies in this agreement, but I want to look at one that has not been talked about as much.
but is extremely crucial for the future of Canadian creativity and economic growth: copyright protection. Much of the last year, as I sat on the industry committee, we studied Canada's copyright framework and what changes could be made to improve it. We tabled that report, and I'm very proud of all the hard work that went into it. And I hope the government accepts almost all of the recommendations. One thing we did not recommend was to extend Canada's general copyright term from life of the author plus 50 years to life plus 70 years. Canada's copyright term is compliant with the Berne Convention and has served us well. It's my opinion that the exclusive rights to a work being held for 50 years after an author's death is entirely appropriate and sufficient. Extending that term is not. During the copyright study, we heard from many viewpoints about extending copyright term, many in favor, many in opposed. At the same time, we knew that the text of the USMCA agreement required Canada to adopt the longer American copyright term. This was not a surprise, as that was contained in the Trans-Pacific Partnership prior to the U.S. pulling out from that deal. I thus expected the text of the USMCA or CUSMA enabling legislation we are debating here today to contain the extension of the general copyright term. Now, much to my shock, Madam Speaker, and I will say relief, no such extension is in this bill. Now, there are aspects that extend term in some areas, such as sound recording and cinematographic works. There is no general extension to life plus 70. Now, I don't think that this battle is over, as the transitional period means that the term extension will likely be in the eventual Copyright Act reform that comes from the committee report. But for now, the term will be maintained. I do hope the government reads the report from the industry committee and seeks to mitigate the damage to Canadian copyright law that comes from the USMCA. Now, why is extending the term not the right move? Well, because if Canada extends our general term by 20 years, that will create a 20-year black hole in which no works will enter the public domain. For 2 decades, no work will become open for Canadians to access it in any format they wish without the permission of the rights holder. This will cast a chill on a large amount of innovation and creativity in our country. The purpose of copyright, Madam Speaker, was to make sure that creators of a work could enjoy the benefits of their hard work and creativity without someone else stealing it. Protecting that work for the creator's entire life and for 50 additional years so that their descendants could profit off the work as well is a good idea. But when we are talking about adding 20 more years, we start to blur the purpose of copyright. No artist is deciding not to create art because only 3 generations of their descendants, instead of 4, may hold the rights to that art. To suggest otherwise, Madam Speaker, is an absurd proposition. Artists create because they love what they do and want to put their art into the world. The only reason to further extend copyright is to ensure rights holders, often large corporations, can continue to profit off that intellectual property for decades. You know, in the past, I have been tempted, Madam Speaker, to call this government a Mickey Mouse operation. But that wouldn't be fair, because Mickey Mouse runs a hyper-efficient and effective operation when it comes to expanding copyright protections. And efficient and effective are words I would never use to describe this government. Anytime the copyright on early Disney cartoons is due to a lapse, the U.S. Congress just extends them. It happened in 1976, year I was born. It happened again in 1998. And will probably happen again in a few years. Extending the copyright term is not about protecting artists. It's about protecting large companies who own the rights for decades after the artist's death. And to see the impact large corporations can have utilizing intellectual property law, Madam Speaker, you only need to look to my riding in the Okanagan Valley. A small family-run coffee shop that has operated for 5 years now has to change their name because of a lawsuit from a multi-billion-dollar company. Now, I believe they could win if they fought it, but they legally can't compete with such a giant, or pardon me, they literally cannot compete with such a giant corporation. It would be far too expensive for this family. That is the risk in further expanding intellectual property powers for rights holders. They can use them, Madam Speaker, to bludgeon small business and independent creators. Respected Canadian copyright expert Jeremy DeBeer, who presented to the Copyright Review Act, the Act Review, states that the trade agreement's intellectual property chapter is, and I quote, Madam Speaker, an American win. Thankfully, despite Liberal mismanagement of the negotiations, Canada was able to pardon me, Madam Speaker. I know I can be tough on this government. But thankfully, despite Liberal mismanagement of the negotiations, Canada was able to salvage the notice and notice regime and avoid implementing an American-style enforcement mechanism, something I don't believe should happen. Over the coming months and years, we will have to work as a body to try to mitigate the damage from the intellectual property chapter from this agreement that the Liberals agreed to. Now, I can only hope that we make sure that Canadian and international content remains open and accessible, and that innovation and creativity does not suffer serious hardship. Canadian copyright law has managed to be distinct from, and I believe in many respects superior to, American law. Unfortunately, with this agreement, Madam Speaker, that will no longer be the case. This deal contains a forced alignment of our framework to the American, and the Canadian consumers and creators will be worse off because of it. Now, one other topic I wanted to speak about today is one that's incredibly important to my riding, softwood lumber. Earlier this year, we watched over 200 jobs disappear in Kelowna, British Columbia, as a decades-old Tolko lumber mill closed. This also hits independent logging contractors and all of their suppliers and third-party business owners. And those are small business, Madam Speaker. Yet not a word from this Liberal government about softwood lumber. Not a word in the mandate letter to the Minister of Natural Resources in 2015, nor again, Madam Speaker, in this mandate. When the Prime Minister recently had a conference call with the BC Premier, John Horgan, guess what subject never came up? Softwood lumber. Now, why is that? Why is the Liberal government constantly silent on softwood? And let us not forget, with the lack of a deal, we now see Canadian lumber companies setting up shop and investing in the United States. That is jobs lost and opportunities lost while this Liberal government looks the other way. And that's why free trade is important. Because if we're not competitive and we get it wrong, it is our trading partners, Madam Speaker, who will benefit at our expense. That's why this deal is flawed. That's why, Madam Speaker, despite its obvious shortcomings on copyright, on softwood lumber, I will support this bill moving to committee. I look forward to members and hearing their views.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there was a time, not that long ago, when the Conservatives in opposition were saying that the government needed to capitulate and just sign an agreement. That's what they were arguing not that long ago, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if, at the time in which the Conservative Party was just saying, just sign the agreement, get an agreement signed, what has actually changed from then to now?
I want to remind members that when somebody has the floor, they should have the respect of the House. The other thing is words such as liar or lying is not allowed in the chamber. And so I would remind members to be very mindful about what they say. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the question that I'm looking from across the way is, does the member believe that anything has really changed from a negative point of view from a year ago?
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Madam Speaker, the member must have missed my entire speech. This agreement, Madam Speaker, many who have called this NAFTA 0.5 rather than NAFTA 2.0 because it's deficiencies, Madam Speaker. The government
I understand, was put in a bind. The government ended up capitulating, in the language of the honourable member, for a deal because of their mismanagement. In December, Madam Speaker, when we had this debate in the last Parliament, I ended up saying that to this member and his government that they allowed Mexico and the United States, instead of being there at the table to talk about trilateral relationships specific to NAFTA. Madam Speaker, we should have been at that table. We should have done what Mexico did and gotten in with the Americans and had a quick deal, something that was an option under this government. They chose, Madam Speaker, to instead allow Mexico to do that and for us to end up with the short end of the proverbial NAFTA stick.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the official opposition for sharing his comments on the situation. A few weeks ago, Pierre Lapointe, a singer-songwriter, said that for the number of times that his songs have been listened to on certain music platforms that I don't want to mention, but that start with S and end with if I, he'd only received some $10 or $12 in royalties. How does my colleague think that we can help our artists, singers, songwriters, and performers to deal with the web giants? I would remind the member to put her question through the chair and not directly to the member.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for her question. The issue with the situation, the legislation as it currently stands, and the challenges facing Quebec artists and artists from across the country is something that is very difficult. I hope, in fact, that the member will read the report of the Heritage Committee on the issue. And I believe that the government made a mistake, particularly when it comes to the issue of copyright. It's important for Canadians, Canadian artists.
And the current provisions in this agreement, Madam Speaker, make it that much more difficult for them.
I want to congratulate the honourable member for his efforts and for having answered his question in French.
Debate. As we resume debate, this time I want to say that I will be correct in saying that unfortunately I will have to interrupt the next speaker during his speech, and he'll be able to take that through to the next time that this matter is before the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council of Canada and to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, our country came together and I believe negotiated hard. And we had representation, whether it's at the political level, the civil service level, the many different stakeholders, and we achieved a modernization of the free trade agreement between Canada, United States, and Mexico. By doing that, Madam Speaker, we have secured the future for literally hundreds of thousands of jobs here in Canada. We have provided that much more of a secure market for the future economy and economic growth of our country. we need to realize that over $2 billion of trade takes place across Canada's border between the United States and Canada every day, Madam Speaker. This is an important agreement. What I am saying is something that shouldn't surprise anyone inside this chamber, because we can see the type of support that it's getting in all regions of our country, in all the different sectors of our country, Madam Speaker. Whether you want to talk about unions, business, nonprofits, governments of different levels have recognized the significance of the modernization that we have been able to achieve. We have an incredible group of individuals that sat down through the negotiations. We have a Prime Minister and a Deputy Prime Minister that was committed to get the job done, Madam Speaker. We have built a large base of support and individuals and groups to ensure that, in fact, the Canadians' interest was first and foremost at the table and protected. A good example of that is the supply management. There have been immense amount of pressure, for whether it's in this particular trade agreement or previous trade agreements signed off by this government dealing with the European Union to the Trans-Pacific, Madam Speaker. Protecting Canada's agricultural community, in particular our dairy farmers and other producers, through supply management, Madam Speaker. That is something in which we have been very, very clear on. In certain situations, there will be some compensation, but let there be no doubt that whether it's supply management or industries that are so vitally important to the many different regions of our country, that they have in fact been protected. It's really encouraging, you know, the other day when we had the vote on the Ways and Means budget, I was a little bit surprised, pleasantly surprised. When the vote was counted, we had Liberals, Conservatives, New Democrats, and the Green Party MPs standing in favor of this particular agreement. And I recognize that as a very significant achievement. I don't think from a trade pact that you'd have to go a long way back before you had that sort of a grouping of political entities coming and voting in favor of a trade pact, Madam Speaker, if it has ever happened before, Madam Speaker. So I think it is a significant achievement. And to my friends in the bloc, I would encourage them that once we get into that second reading, many of the concerns that they have raised in regards to, in particular, the aluminum industry, that is an industry that is protected a lot more than it was in the original trade agreement between Canada and the United States and Mexico, Madam Speaker. Because for the very first time, there are guarantees that are in place. And I think if you take a look at some of those advocates for passage of this legislation, you will see that it includes the Premier of the province of Quebec. But not only that particular Premier, but virtually all Premiers. I know there's been other Premiers, such as Jason Kenney, and that have been also quoted in regards to this particular agreement, Madam Speaker, and the need to see it pass. I like to think that as a government that there's a reason why we've been so successful at getting well over 1 million new jobs created in the last 4+ years, Madam Speaker. Because we understand how important it is to get public policy right and how it can have the type of desired impact that Canadians want to see. We see that in the form of tax breaks that take place. We see that in the form of progressive social policies like the Canada Child Benefit and the senior policies that we have, Madam Speaker, not to mention infrastructure policies. Well, our trade and our commitment to expand world trade has, I would argue, been second to no other country in the world, especially based on a per capita basis. We are excelling And these are the types of initiatives that are making a difference in the everyday life of Canadians, no matter where they live in Canada, Madam Speaker. These are the type of things that help and assist in increasing disposable income, in driving our economy, in providing more hope going forward into the future generations, Madam Speaker. And when I look at this particular trade agreement, you know, I often think about John Crosby when we had the original trade agreement with the United States, when he made the comment, well, I haven't really read the deal. Madam Speaker, I have faith and confidence in our negotiators. I have been following the news much like other members of opposition. I've had the opportunity to have a great deal of dialogue with stakeholders and so forth. I am absolutely confident that this is a good deal, and I look forward to being able to continue my speech come Monday. I see I've run out of time for the day. Thank you.
Luckily, the honourable member will have 3.5 minutes when this matter is before the House again. Comité 14
It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good weekend, all.